talk about what's going on in the world of humanitarian data, and this is a kind of increasingly important topic. So you're going to talk about data colonialism.
That's right, David. So, as we all know, data colonialism is the practice when researchers in the West go to the global South, collect a bunch of data, and then use it for their own projects and initiatives and studies, but don't really give that data back to the people or empower them in any way to use it in the right way. In the last couple of years at Devex, we've been writing a lot about decolonizing global health and more broadly decolonizing aid. And I'm really interested to sort of hear more about the idea of decolonizing data and how we as a development community can really avoid some of those issues that we fall into and what the challenges are from our great panelists today. And you are going to be having an interesting conversation on humanitarian data.
That's right, yes. I think for me what's interesting is we've seen humanitarian organizations make more and more use of data over the last few years, but it feels as if there are a lot of challenges in really kind of making the most of that data, really kind of getting as much as we can out of data collection. And it feels also as if there's a lot of kind of problems and challenges arising from that. And I think it's going to be interesting kind of hearing from people how we tackle making the best possible use of that data. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Yeah, really excited to be talking on all of that with all of you here. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and we'll see you all later. Thank you. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. See if I can advance my slide. I'm Carmen Tedesco, and I'm the Director for Analytics at Frame. And I want to talk to you and have you all think today about what is possible when we can map humanity. But first, I spent the last 15 or so years working as an international development professional. And in doing that, I was implementing projects all around the world, from the home office and in the field. And I'm a geographer and a geospatial expert. And so as part of that, I was always looking for ways to integrate data into our work to help with our programming and to show impact. And I would start with our home office and look for data there. And then I would go over to a country, and I'd see what does that country offer for data. And oftentimes, I would look to see what was available through international reputable sources like the World Bank Living Standards Measurement Survey or the Demographic Health Survey, the DHS. And then sometimes I would also work with our local field staff to help collect data. And oftentimes we're using mobile devices to collect all kinds of project information with really specific to a region or a sector that our project was working on. And I would often ask and beg, please don't collect anything we don't need. We don't need personally identifiable information, and I sometimes lost that battle. So I want to tell you a specific story about this that really was problematic for me. I was working on a project, and we were collecting data from our participants as good M&E professionals. And one of the things that we were required to collect was their national ID. And this is basically the US equivalent of a social security number. And in addition to that, we were also collecting some pretty sensitive information. And we were collecting things like their children and their ages of their children and the addresses that they lived at and their sexual orientation and whether or not they had been deported from the United States. And we were supposed to hand off all this data, the raw data, without any of the national ID stripped to the national government. And I was super uncomfortable with that. And so we worked through a very long bureaucratic diplomatic process. It delayed the project by months, and we were able to get some compromise on that data. But this is just to let you know where I come from, of like why data privacy became a big deal for me, and the protections and safeguards of data became something that I found it really important. And for all of us in development, I think it's really important that we're getting the most useful data, the most actionable data possible. So as development professionals, we're looking for the most useful information and data that we can give and work with our stakeholders on the ground, or whether they're those government ministries or other partners that are using this for information and decision making. Oftentimes, it's really a proxy for the questions that people really need answers to. And sometimes, if you're data savvy, you can wait a few years and get a census or a DHS, and you can use that data to make those decisions. Or in other cases, you'll have highly specific project information that's really discrete, and it's related to that project that you're working on. And then in some cases, you just don't have data, and you go by subjective decisions that you'll make based on your own experience. You may be working in a project now where you're using census data or DHS data from 2016, and you're making important decisions about COVID or HIV/AIDS or the economic recovery today in 2022. And that's because this is the safe, authoritative data. It's the data that is what's considered proven, even if the timeliness of the data isn't exactly trustworthy, and in the scale of the data may not actually work with what it is that you need to accomplish. Some organizations are really using frontier approaches, but not enough of us. And many are really happy to continue with the status quo. And this is until they're really told to do otherwise. And there are changes afoot. There's policies and guidelines that are coming out, and they really applaud the organizations and the people that are working for that, pushing that data revolution forward, and working on the safeguards for that. But there's also the problem of what is spoken about and planned for and designed, and as we always used to say, and then what happens in implementation. And that is the status quo. And frankly, I think a lot of development communities and organizations are still pretty comfortable in that space. So I think we as a community, particularly the technology leaders in development, have an obligation to do a better job of trailblazing. So what could that look like? Today, technology is really advancing the gold standard of the DHS, and it's making it more timely, more actionable, and more effective. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about us at Frame. So we help our partners zoom in to look at anywhere in the world and what people in those places are thinking, how they behave, and what their preferences are at the community level. So we are a technology company, but our DNA is in development. So we acquire the best household data, and then we combine it with satellite imagery and remote sensing to get that really high, effective, timely, census-like data. And you're probably like, well, what does that mean? What is like census-like data? It means that we can look at communities of people across the whole country because we've sampled the entire population. And we take privacy extremely seriously, as you probably heard in my previous comment that I just mentioned. Our goal is privacy by default data. And what that means is we don't collect personally identifiable information, or PII. And this hasn't always been the case. We've learned lessons over time of how to do this more effectively and how to gather the kinds of information that we need without tying a specific piece of data to an individual. And then we use a machine learning approach that allows us to look at that census-like data everywhere. And then this allows us to have built-in security for our data, and it builds in operational efficiencies. It also makes our data less prone to outside influence. We work with trusted partners that are research-oriented and SOMAR partners. And if you're not familiar with SOMAR, this means they're leaders in data privacy and protections and safeguarding. While no one is perfect, we are taking this really seriously because we work with really sensitive populations and data. And a couple examples that we've worked on recently are Syrian refugees and their financial access, or HIV/AIDS, or child marriage. So I'm going to give you a couple examples. The Gates Foundation is working on an advocacy program addressing child marriage. So we're helping them by taking a look at that data. First, examining the status quo. You can see that a stagnant development indicator masks both the progress and the failures happening at the country level. And nationally, in this case, it's basically the same over a 10-year period. And that's what you see in the black box. There's really no change. But communities have up to 25% change in child marriage prevalence. So if you look at the Northeast, there's a large decrease. But if you look in the Northwest and the central areas, there's actually an increase. And what this means is only examining that national data masks all the actual situations that are happening in many of these communities. And by looking at the community level data, you can actually do your programming and decision making that will affect the change that needs to happen. Another example, we're all working with COVID data. We're looking at COVID and its impacts. We want to know, how is it affecting communities? Why are some communities vaccine hesitant? And what is blocking people from vaccines, and how do we address that? The status quo is that we would use older census data, and we would look at proxies like childhood immunization and combine that with other health indicators. We may even look at other suggestions, like organizations that address data from the gig economy, where they're getting snapshot information from individuals to get a sense for their opinions and their thoughts and feelings and what they look like. If you're looking for a discrete group of people, like adult males between the ages of 24 and 35 that live in an urban setting and have a smartphone, then that could be really useful. But if you are a government official and you want to know the span of COVID across your country and where the hotspots are and where we need to focus resources, you want to develop a social behavior change campaign, then you really need data that's up to date. And this is where I think that we can do better. So I want to tell you a little bit about Frame. So at Frame, we are able to provide data at scale that is nationally representative. And that means we can look at communities of people across a whole country because we use samples that can provide data on the entire population. So think back to that DHS example that I gave you where we were waiting on it for a couple of years. We now live in a world where it's possible to achieve that type of data in a matter of months, and it can be refreshed regularly. You can ask the questions that you're familiar with. Have you had the COVID-19 vaccine? Are you planning to get a COVID-19 vaccine? Or in this case, from a couple of months ago from South Africa, we asked, have you lost income due to COVID? While this data has traditionally been displayed, it's older and it's not very timely. If you're lucky, you could get it at the subnational level. It is now timely and actionable at a scale that is obtainable. We can also combine a series of questions to understand if people are getting vaccinated, and if not, why. And then locate hotspots and understand, is it huge cost barriers or complacency? Or is it because of mis or disinformation about the vaccine? We can examine barriers to health access, income, job, access to health centers. And we can tell you where the people are that are vaccine hesitant, why they are vaccine hesitant, and which channels to use to drive home the message to address their why. We can move the needle on shots in arms. And we're not just moving that needle. We're doing this across any sector that has indicators related to people. This is where we're at now. And while data has traditionally been very siloed, Frame offers a horizontal solution to looking at data. So I want to leave you with the thought that the data revolution is here. It's our responsibility as development leaders to inspire others to what is possible and to transcend our use of data and shift the status quo. Thanks.
Please welcome Editorial Director Richard Jones.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and lovely to be back here in DC in person this time for another edition of Devex World. So my name's Richard Jones. I'm editorial director at Devex, based in Barcelona, and I'm delighted to welcome Baron Seger, President and CEO of World Food Program USA. Baron.
Hey, buddy.
Baron.
Good to see you, man. That was fun backstage.
Take a seat. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm sure that our audience are fully aware of the escalating global hunger crisis. We're obviously covering it extensively in our Devex Dish newsletter every week, and I'd encourage you to sign up if you haven't already. But some might be less familiar with the role of World Food Program USA. How exactly do you support the mission of the UN World Food Program, especially during a time of crisis?
So when you think about the World Food Program USA, which is my group, we're the arm in the United States. So we're the 501c3. We do a lot of work with policymakers, which is why we're based in Washington, D.C. The U.S. government is a significant contributor to the World Food Program. We do a lot of work with the private sector, making sure that companies and individuals, our foundations, faith-based partners are engaged in our work. We're also shouting from the top of mountaintops, which I need to go to a mountain next week, by the way, and shout. But we, making sure that people know about what's happening around the world. We have to remind ourselves that here in the United States, about 8 to 9% of our total income goes to food. But in a less developed country, 50% of your income goes to food. And so when you think about rising inflation, costs going up, that makes the world a very difficult place. And I would just add a couple things about the World Food Program, the global organization based in Rome, largest humanitarian organization in the world, 21,000 boots on the ground, and I would say the Nobel laureate for 2020, making sure that we're feeding upwards of 150 million people in a given year.
Now, I'm not sure if we can pull it up, but we have a version of the hunger map live here for you behind me. And that's the WFP's Global Hunger Monitoring System, a data-driven tool that informs the organization's decision-making operationally. So could you walk us through how the WFP uses data in its decision-making, particularly in crisis response, and perhaps give us and our audience a few examples?
So I know that a big part of the conference is on data, and the World Food Program makes decisions based on data. I would say even at the World Food Program USA, every decision we make is based on a KPI, based on a success metric. This map, and I would encourage everybody, all you have to do is just go online and search for World Food Program Hunger Map. I see it's live. I think the sad part for me is you see a lot of red. And there are about 17 countries that are in red. And basically what this means is that these are individuals, these are countries, these are regions that are severely malnourished. But the interesting thing is it's not just the World Food Program that uses this to make decisions. I mean, we all have resources. The World Food Program only has a certain amount of resources to feed people. And this hunger map gives indications of weather patterns. It gives indications of where people are migrating, where severe hunger exists. This morning, I just clicked on South Sudan, and the number changed from yesterday to today. It's a country that is seeing the domino effects of climate and conflict, more people that are hungry. But we use this to make sure that our resources are allocated where the need is greatest. And again, why is hunger such a big issue today? Costs are going up, climate, conflict, and COVID.
No, it's great. I mean, you've become president and CEO of the World Food Program USA at a very interesting time, to say the least. In January 2020, just before the pandemic struck. But since then, despite the uncertainty of the pandemic, of things like the war in Ukraine now, increasing droughts and extreme weather events caused by the impact of climate change, you've actually overseen a remarkable growth in revenue from some $18 million more or less to over $100 million in the last year. So how have you overseen this transformation at a time when many non-profits are really struggling?
So I was brought into the World Food Program USA to transform the organization. And we were doing a really good job on the policy side, and great leadership before me with a focus on policy. But there was a strong desire to grow the brand, to grow the private sector, because we know that between 30 and 50 cents will feed somebody. So when I joined, we were raising $19 million a year, and that was consistent over a few years. What any CEO will do is you'll look at the leadership to make sure that the right people have the right skill set, and the skill set, not what you need today, but where you're going. And so I was very proud that we had a few people on the senior management team that were just extraordinary. Obviously wanted to retain them, but I did bring in a few other individuals who I believed could take the organization and ultimately save more lives, because I'm running a business, and I look at KPIs and I look at success metrics. I try to measure every single investment that we make. And you and I were chatting in the back, and one of the things I'm incredibly proud of is that we've gone at the World Food Program USA on Charity Navigator, which is the main charity watchdog group, from being a 2-star charity to a 4-star charity. And basically that means that we're outperforming 96% of charities in the United States. So it's not just about the amount of money you make, because there are a lot of great charities out there that raise a lot of money, but are they doing it efficiently? And is the money going to help people? So, yes, you have a question.
So efficiency and effectiveness, I think just staying, I know that time is short today, but talking about funding, obviously in the current crisis, needs are really outpacing the amount of funding available. In brief, if you can, what is the strategy at WFP for really closing that funding gap, and maybe a piece of advice for audience working in the same sector?
I happen to believe that hunger is solvable, and I'm going to start there. I would also say we have to remember that before COVID, we saw years of declining hunger around the world. This is an unprecedented time. Like in a place like Somalia, they haven't seen this level of hunger in 50 years. We have to respond. The world has to respond. So we're asking you to please use your voice, use your philanthropy, your employees. I need you. We can't do this alone. We're engaging the private sector, we're engaging our policymakers, and I would just say, hopefully you've learned a few things during this session today, whether it's the hunger map, whether it's the World Food Program USA, or their need. There's not a greater need than feeding hungry people around the world. So please go on this journey with us, and I would say our website, wfpusa.org. Please follow us, get involved. Go on this journey with us. There are a lot of people depending on you and depending on me.
Perhaps we can leave our audience with a quick call to action, just picking up there on the role of business and the private sector in helping to respond to this unprecedented food crisis. What's your key call to action here?
Business is not just about philanthropy. Business is about solving problems. I come from the belief that business, the private sector, they're the innovators. And so we have something called the Innovation Accelerator, where businesses can come in and present ideas that can be scaled up to solve hunger. So Innovation Accelerator, wfpusa.org, get involved, get your employees involved. Please become involved personally, and it can be fun doing it as well.
Well, thank you, Baron. I think we'll have to leave it there, but we look forward to continuing this conversation, not only today, but in our weekly Devex Dish coverage, and wish our in-person and our online audiences around the day a productive day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to me today, by the way.
Thank you so much, Baron.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I think we'll go.
Меня зовут Саша, Александра. Я приехала из Украины, из Одессы. Я там работаю хореографом. И у меня есть дочка, и вот мы сейчас вынужденно находимся в Молдове.
Меня зовут Яна, я с Украины. Я керамист и занимаюсь психологическо-духовными практиками. И много лет я пытаюсь понять природу человека, какие программы в нас работают, что нас толкает на те или иные поступки.
Я Мариана. Я родилась на границе с Украиной. Я сказочница. Я путешествую по миру и собираю истории людей, которые стали беженцами.
Please welcome co-founder and CEO of World Identity Network, Mariana Dahan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mariana Dahan, and I decided to step into the spotlight today to speak on behalf of those who still live in the dark, in the shadows, without a proof of their existence, fighting for their life. I was born at the border with Ukraine during the Soviet time in what is currently the territory of the Republic of Moldova. And being born on the farm, I didn't have an ID document, I didn't have a birth certificate, simply because girls on the farm were supposed to just stay and work, not go to school or travel abroad. But I got lucky, I got my ID papers, and then when I arrived to France for my studies, my scholarship, I realized how people were treated differently based on where they came from, and based on their identity papers, where they had them or they did not have them. So when I found myself working at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., in 2014, I launched a big program which is called Identification for Development, or we call it ID4D. It is now a huge multi-billion-dollar program which has been endorsed by United Nations agencies, human rights groups, academia, and governments around the world. Ultimately, we realized that it was up to the governments to implement those programs for their citizens. The original intent was that people who don't have any ID papers or birth certificate living in the shadows will be brought into the spotlight. They will be able to access most basic services like opening a bank account or traveling abroad, basically opening the world for them. That was the original intent. But then, 5 years after the implementation of this program by the government, I decided to go and take a closer look at what was happening. Yes, I could see that there have been hundreds of millions of people who've benefited from being lifted out of the shadows, out of the unknown. We were calling them the invisible billion. And now we could bring them into the formal economy, into the spotlight. But then I also saw that something terrible was happening on the ground as well. People who initially got their identity data into the formal databases, including their biometric ID data, their ethnical appartenance or their religion, started to being persecuted on the basis of this information. And human rights groups started to send us worrying reports. So this is how the Shadows in the Dark documentary movie was born. I decided to travel around the world and to document what was happening on the ground, basically hearing these voices that you heard today and try to understand what's wrong. Why on the one hand we have these people who are in terrible need of ID papers, right? We need to enroll them biometrically into all these programs so that they can enter a host country, so that they are being admitted, to these social benefits programs or any other service delivery programs. But then we see that sometimes some governments are using this against them. And we need to figure out what to do. So this movie, which hopefully will be out in the fall, will look into the issues at hand, but also some potential solutions to the problem. So I want to talk about one refugee. We just saw her speak, Yana. She says that she has a biometric passport. Her children have birth certificates, but she's confident that this data is not going to be used against them. She says, I feel completely calm about biometrics, and I do not feel that they can be used to persecute the Ukrainians. We then have Alexandra, the choreographer, with her little daughter, who initially said, when we arrived, I have decided not to give my fingerprints nor the ones of my child, because she doesn't know what's going to happen. And she says, to be honest, it's scary to give away your personal data. Leave it to to someone, because you never know that someone could steal my child. Well, she's right to worry, because we have now reports that Vladimir Putin sorry, I'm just back from Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has been sending tens and thousands of children to detention camps in Siberia. And obviously, nothing can stop him. My own family has been in detention camps in the gulags after the war. These are actual photos of my family, who has been exterminated, and only my grandfather survived. And this photograph was taken in 1954, long after the war, the Second World War. But back then, they were using these materials, photographs and archival documents, to have lists of people that they would send to the gulags. Today, authoritarian regimes got smarter. They are using facial recognition documents, facial recognition softwares, and biometric ID data to target specifically the people. So, in the former Soviet Union, we were all basically Soviet people. We kind of look the same, the Ukrainians, the Russians, the Moldovans, the Belarus people. But then with the biometric data, people can now specifically know and profile you, and know your ethnicity, know your religion, and then persecute you on the basis of this information. And this is what the power of data can do. Technology can be used for good as it can be used for evil. And as a development community here, and I know I'm speaking here to a lot of colleagues from my days at the World Bank, and also the United Nations, all of you guys who are on the ground today and working with data collection, especially biometric enrollment, ask yourself a question: what can be done better? How can we secure this information so that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands? We have today a couple of solutions. For example, blockchain technology, right? We can secure the data on a ledger that doesn't have the same vulnerabilities as a central database that can be then seized by an authoritarian regime. Remember what just happened in Afghanistan. When the Taliban came to power, they have seized the biometric ID data of all the people in the country, and specifically started targeting women and men who have been collaborating with the United States. How did we allow this to happen? This is the worst nightmare that we at the helm of big programs, be it at the World Bank or the United Nations, we never thought this would be possible, and yet this is happening. So with that, I think we need to talk a little bit about leadership, because technology itself is value neutral, right? I mean, it's just a tool. It's how we use it. And in our position in these development organizations, we need to work with governments to make sure that they don't misuse it against the citizens or the people who are on their territories. In the words of the former Commissioner to Human Rights to the United Nations, I'd like to say that leadership requires enlightened thinking. And this is what we have to achieve. And he has more to say. I'd like to play a clip from him as a way to inspire us all to do better. Thank you.
Leadership requires enlightened thinking. Otherwise, we'll never progress. We'll never go anywhere. If we listen to the most conservative of people in our societies, we'll still be in caves, eating the bugs out of our hairs. We would have never left the cave. We left the cave because certain people were going to challenge the existing order and push us out of the cave. And that's the story of human progress. But it doesn't come easily.
Good morning, everybody. I'm back again. I'm David Ainsworth, business editor at Devex, and we're here to do this panel on the humanitarian data revolution. And I'm going to be joined by Kelly Church, Deputy Director of Digital and Data Governance, Clayton Sims, Chief Technology Officer at Demagi, and Mariana Dahan, CEO of the World Identity Network. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for joining me, guys. Nice soft chairs, these. I feel like I'm sinking into it a little bit. Okay, so yeah, we're going to talk about humanitarian data today and how humanitarian data is being used. So I guess my perception is that we're seeing the humanitarian sector making much more use of data we've seen it make much more use of data over the last few years. So tell me a little bit about that. How is that happening? Why is that happening? What impact is that having on humanitarian organizations? Clayton, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I guess I'd start by saying my assumption as to why we're seeing a lot of those trends is mostly, candidly, that it's just easier, right? Technology is more of a commodity in a lot of these sectors. Costs have gone down. There's pervasive tools available to collect data. There's a tremendous amount of interest and a tremendous amount of aspirational goals to use data, and it's easy to ask for, right? You know, if you're a funder, you're a program, you have folks on the ground, you want to get your data points in for a program. It's easy to ask for more data, and it's easy to get that data. It's hard to use it. And I think that's where we're actually seeing a lot of the challenges in the space is that follow through and closing the loop and using data effectively. But I think the real reason we're seeing more demand is just because it's easy to ask for.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. And I guess the cost of it is becoming increasingly low as well. Would either of you like to add anything to that? Go ahead.
Well, like I just said, there is an imperative for collecting this data. We have seen that if we don't, you know, as a development organization, we don't account for some people, then we cannot design meaningful programs for them. That's just like the baseline, right? But then the way this data is being collected is a problem. Do we have the consent or not? What do we do with the data that we have? Most of the time, and we've had many reports on this, independently investigated, that say, you know, this data is stored in poorly managed databases that become like some sort of honeypots for all sort of ill-wishers who are then exploiting this data, and the vulnerabilities of those weak systems which are not cryptographically encrypted or properly stored and managed. And then this ends up being weaponized against the people themselves, the people that we meant to help, by a wide range of actors, be it, like I said, the regimes, or just people who want to profit. And it doesn't just happen in humanitarian settings. Of course, we have examples here in the United States with data breaches every day, right? Like Equifax or others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. We were talking just before we came on about how this data isn't necessarily being collected from, and it's not being necessarily used by the organizations that are collecting it. There's a kind of imperative coming from outside the organizations, the NGOs and other humanitarian organizations. How much of a problem do you think that is?
I mean, I think it's challenging because you see donors who are aware that data is so easy to collect. It's increasingly cheaper, as you said. And so we are starting to get a lot more demands just for data. And it's a challenge when you're encouraging organizations to go out and collect all of that without necessarily having the plan for how it's going to be used, without speaking to clients and beneficiaries about why we need that data, and also just the fatigue of being a community who's constantly being asked for your data and then not necessarily seeing how it's being put to use. If you set up a feedback mechanism or a feedback box, and you're providing your feedback, you want to start to see that feedback be actioned. And if it's not, then there's fatigue and right, you're not getting good data anymore.
I mean, yeah, I see that completely. So, I mean, there's a couple of themes here that I want to pick up on in a minute. Certainly this idea of the protection of data, I want to talk more about that in just a moment. It seems like so we're in a situation where we've got a bunch of people whose data is being collected by NGOs, and then that's going to funders and primarily used by the funding community to kind of to justify giving money away. And so we're seeing a lot of data that isn't being used very well, and it's not quite clear why it's collected. Is that the situation?
Yeah, and I would definitely say in our experience working with a lot of our partners, we partner with a lot of organizations globally who are doing a lot of data collection or a lot of systems management, and we see almost a bifurcation between the huge, high fidelity, high density, useful longitudinal data they're collecting about individuals, and then reporting data, or metrics that they need to collect up to send to a funder to justify the work that they're doing. And we don't see as much energy and innovation that's going into using that high fidelity data, that's going into making sure that we're closing the loop and getting the data to improve our programs and those outputs. There's a lot of focus on big data outcomes for donors, or on the outcomes that you can publish, not used to improve the program loop on service delivery that you're driving. And I think that's a big challenge that's also causing issues, because that high fidelity, high density data is the dangerous data. That's the data that needs professional management, that needs folks who do this every day and all they do is manage data systems. And that's the data that donors and funders on other country programs are often ignoring, because they see data as the outputs of what they want to collect, of metrics and M&E. And I think that's causing a lot of these challenges in getting the resources that we need to go into that professional management of data systems.
So what's curious to me there is how much of the data is actually the same data? Like, is the data that's being collected in order to kind of satisfy the needs of the funding community actually the same data that you would want to actually improve your programs and actually help people? Or is it different information? Anybody want to pick that up?
Go ahead.
I mean, it depends. I think one of the key points is when we work with organizations, we are, and with governments, a lot of the work that we do is kind of taking a step back and kind of asking, what are the decisions that need to be made with this data? What are you struggling to be able to answer, and what data sets might be able to, existing data sets? Can we look at what's already out there, and how does it need to be, what can be added in to complement that data? And so I guess getting back to your question, it starts with the question. So, you can manipulate data in a lot of different ways to answer many different questions. But if you're not asking, if you don't know what you're trying to ask, then you're kind of stuck.
I guess I completely see that. So, Is part of the problem then that a lot of people are collecting information, but we're not spending a lot of time thinking about how that information might be shared, how it might be used? People are collecting the same information multiple times in slightly different ways, in slightly different formats, from a slightly different group of people. And we're not getting the advantages of scale. We're collecting a ton of data about the humanitarian kind of programs that are taking place all around the world, but nobody knows what anybody else is doing. I don't know how familiar that is to you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I would definitely say my perspective is that one kind of message that we always try to work with our partners on over and over is that the point at which you can start using data to make impact really comes post-scale, post-longitudinal baseline collection on systems that have already been running for years, that have wide install bases. You know, we saw this happen in the last couple of years with the COVID pandemic. A lot of our partners who had nationwide programs, like in Burkina Faso, they're able to use the existing data sets and baselines and community mappings to get new data and to ask new questions and to push out new programs. That kind of iteration is really where the opportunity is. You can put in 2% of the money and get 5,000% of the outcome by starting by looking at what's existing and augmenting it and driving it and amplifying it. And instead, we kind of see people starting with the data they want and starting with what they think they want to make action on and then try to build the infrastructure to get there. And I think that kind of leading-lagging relationship is a big challenge of why we're not using data more effectively, because there are these huge opportunistic places where we could be using existing programs and data sets and folks, but instead we're starting over and over and over. So we need to do much, much, much less, but do it much better.
Okay. What other kind of key challenges do you see in the data space at the moment? What are the key difficulties facing humanitarian organizations with kind of collecting and using data?
So I mentioned I'm just back from the front lines, the border with Ukraine. In Moldova, we were working with Ukrainian refugees coming into the country. And Moldova is the poorest and smallest country, but it has received more Ukrainian refugees per capita than any other country in the region. So all of a sudden, Moldova had to kind of manage this huge influx of people and collect their data. First of all, a lot of these people were fleeing, shelling and bombing, and they just arrived to Moldova without their ID papers, without anything, and then they are being asked a range of questions that they just don't know if they want to answer those. Immediately they start collecting their fingerprints and iris scans in exchange for what? For food, in exchange for a shelter. I mean, is this really a humane response? I mean, we should be able to provide relief and support to these people without intrusive questions that they don't want to ask, like, what's your ethnicity, are you married, are you not married, what's your religion, etc., who is the father of this child, and so on and so forth. So I think consent is really an important issue that is not so much addressed, especially because in such terrible conditions, refugees would necessarily give their consent. I mean, what choice do they have, right? Otherwise, right? They will just die there and of hunger. And no, they will sign up for whatever form you give them, even if it's not in their native language, and so on and so forth. I think this is really important for us to understand as humanitarian workers. Is there a more human way of dealing with this situation?
Yeah, and you mentioned before the fact that it's not just that data is collected without people really giving informed consent, it's also the fact that then that information is stored in quite a poorly secured environment, and there's plenty of capacity for bad actors to step in and misuse that data.
Let me tell you, I saw like tons of papers, there, and you don't know who has access to those papers. Then of course it's being introduced into some sort of database, but we don't have the, in this context, we don't have the power of a big multinational group managing your data, your systems, to secure it. So where is the private sector in this circumstance? For example, why isn't there more collaboration with those actors who are actually good at doing this thing? So I think in humanitarian context, development agencies should really ensure that all capable actors are being invited to collaborate immediately, and we should skip through some sort of procurement issues, very lengthy bureaucratic processes, or we should think about this beforehand somehow, that when this strikes, we are ready to go there and tackle these issues and think about this beforehand, not a posteriori.
Okay. Another thing which occurs to me here then is it's easy to point out the problems with data collection in the humanitarian sector, and I think you've highlighted a number of fairly serious problems that it sounds like we need to get onto right away. But we are collecting a lot of data. What are the opportunities here? How could we make better use of data to actually improve the humanitarian services that we're delivering? What's kind of being underused at the moment that we could really get our hands on and kind of basically help feed people, improve people's lives?
So one thing I will say, maybe self-servingly, is I do think that there is an increasing market of folks who are trying to provide that professional kind of management of data systems as their role in the servers, right? So I think that's a role that we've been trying to play in the sector for a very long time. I think we see a lot of innovation and a lot of newer kind of upstart teams that are trying to do one thing and do it really, really well and understand how to do multi-tenancy, understand how to leverage having lots of organizations relying on them, but investing in the core security infrastructure, the core kind of personnel. And having those markets does feel like something that is going to be increasingly important to me in this sector. Because if you look at the comparisons in the private sector or in the commercial sector, there is a huge consolidation, not just organizationally, but of skill sets, right? We have a huge challenge even hiring professional DevOps engineers because there aren't that many of them. Even in Silicon Valley, they have a hard time hiring DevOps engineers, hiring security personnel. Those are hot commodities because the private sector is so centralized that you do need to kind of consolidate that into who you're pulling in. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for those teams to be able to explain their value proposition and to get out there and to facilitate hundreds or thousands of organizations using the same common infrastructure, using the same common tooling, kind of pushing those things forward, as long as we're not undercutting it by then continuing to build out something new instead of reuse what's there. We need to kind of start relying on seeing data systems and seeing technology systems as commodities that we're buying and things that we're paying for and not something that we're innovating on or something we're building new, right? It's using what we've built to drive in like these impacts, not building something new to drive impact.
So this is very much about building a kind of common infrastructure underlying the data so that there's something that humanitarian organizations can come together, can share. There are common standards, common ways of working. And then from then you can begin to create impact. Where do you see the big impacts coming from? Like, is it in health, in food, in kind of reaching people quicker? Geographical opportunities? Where do you think kind of, as we begin to move in that direction, we might begin to see progress?
I mean, I think, I guess I was going to say, in addition to the, having similar systems and standards and things like that, it's also about the common data sets and using those data sets, which goes into a project that we've been working on with WHO on the geolocated health facility data initiative, which seeks to have ministries of health publish one authoritative list of all the health facilities and the locations in every member state, so 194 countries. And there are huge opportunities if that can work, where it's, for instance, there's a snakebite initiative that they're working on where, just knowing the location of health facilities and the types of services that they have there can direct people to the nearest location, which is urgent in a snakebite situation. So I mean, for me, we're seeing a lot in health, but I know there's other huge opportunities.
For me, certainly the opportunities are linked to the challenges. I have a huge confidence in the development community that it will be able to address those challenges, right? So today, with the climate change and massive displacements of people, I think that's where the efforts should be concentrated because we are just at the beginning of this, unfortunately. And we need to strengthen our efforts and consolidate them in a way that will allow us to be more responsive in a more rapid, agile, and cohesive manner. So that with every war or earthquake or something, we don't rediscover the wheel again.
I mean, rediscovering the wheel seems to be pretty much the kind of the main message that I'm taking away from here is we need kind of people working together in common grounds. We need data to be driven both by funders and by NGOs wanting the same type of information. And then there's this added additional question of security and protection. So we've kind of identified a number of opportunities and a number of problems and reasons why it's not working. So I guess what occurs to me then is, who needs to do what? How are we going to fix this? Who's going to need to take action, and what things are they going to need to do in order to get to the kind of place that we want to get to?
So, like I said, I think the development community, but more specifically the development organizations, you know, World Bank, IFC, United Nations, they have this huge convening power. They need to invite everyone at the table and actually listen to those voices who come from the ground, to those human rights groups, NGOs, smaller structures, you know, individual survivors. I think it takes a lot of work, and these organizations are already doing a lot in this space, but really finding ways to integrate them into their line of work on a more permanent basis, you know, not just one-off, but so that when there is a crisis somewhere, everyone is getting the alert at the same time, being mobilized, and it's really a joint effort. I think that is maybe a little bit of a paradigm shift, a culture change that is required in these organizations which are so big that there is a little bit of inertia already, but they will gain a lot if they would become more agile.
Okay. Do either you two want to pick up on anything there?
I mean, I think it's, as much as it is certainly the large actors have a role to play, I think there's also something about enabling the local actors to you know, to kind of professionalize in some ways. So, I mean, you were talking about, professional kind of management services. I mean, when we're working on HIV and AIDS programming, the implementing partners, the cares of the world, they have great IT security. They have, you know, they have everything in their offices. But then you go down the chain to the local implementing partners, and they don't, and they're not getting kind of that funding down there. So I think it's, you know, they are aware of the risks and opportunities, but it's a matter of funding. So I think it's both from the top and the bottom, enabling the bottom.
Yeah, and I do want to kind of amplify and challenge that a little bit in the same vein, which is, I think if we were used to, both at the funder and the implementer kind of executive level, of seeing data-driven programs as being something we're paying for as a commodity cost to people who are willing to offer it the way that it exists today, these types of challenges would be a lot less extreme, right? Because we're already seeing, if you think about the overall costs of data systems, right? You're already paying for phones, you're paying for data services, you're paying for trainings. The overall cost of actually professionally managing data through services that are provided is minuscule, but the willingness to pay for ongoing, you know, managed services and these kind of costing is almost non-existent in the way contracting works, the way the funding works. People don't want to pay for those types of services. The donors don't think it's kind of their role, and a lot of implementers kind of don't want to rock the boat on that one. But I think we need to get into that mindset if we are going to have effective programs that have the security we need, have the professionalism we need, but are also accessible to whoever wants them, right? So you're not competing with the cares of the world with the good IT. You're capable of paying for something at a unit cost rather than paying for the whole infrastructure on its face. And I think when we get there, we'll have a lot more capacity to get that innovation from the teams who can drive something new, rather than kind of locking it up in the organizations who have that big infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about funders. I mean, it seems like a lot of this comes down to funders, better action from funders. This is presumably a familiar refrain to everybody in the audience. What if the funders of the development space were to do better stuff? And that's one of the most common themes that I hear. But it feels as if the reporting, both the kind of funding, the actual infrastructure that needs to come in place to develop these common standards, and the requirement from funders to kind of be a bit more thoughtful about what data they're collecting. Both are kind of key steps in this. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We've got just a few seconds left. Any kind of final remarks from anybody? Or should we wrap it up there?
I'll give out one, which is you don't have to. Right? I think that's the missing answer to all of these data questions, all these security questions. I feel like often we get ourselves into a mindset of our only option is to move forward with the best possible option. Mm-hmm. And when we think of this data security, these honeypots, that's the big missing piece more often than not, is we have agency to choose to not do it. And we should maybe take that a little more often.
On that note, I think I'll say thank you very much to all our panelists.
That was a great conversation. I'm Amrita. Some of you were here earlier this morning. I don't know about you guys, but this is my first time at Devex World, and I've already had some really great conversations, listened to some really great panels. I hope it's the same with you. And I'm really excited about this next one. It's called Recognizing and Dismantling Data Colonialism. I feel like we're in this moment of talking about decolonizing everything right now. We're talking about decolonizing global health. We're talking about decolonizing aid. But this one, I feel, is really interesting because it really talks about what we have in front of us in terms of tools and what we can do. So I'm really excited to welcome Nithya Ramanathan, who's the CEO and co-founder of NextLeaf Analytics, and Jim Fruchterman.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we're going to dive right in. I feel like we're in this moment of, really trying to confront some truths in the sector right now, in our development sector. But do you feel like we've had enough of a reckoning on how data colonialism really harms communities? And what do we need to do to really, go to that next level?
Well, I didn't know anything about this. I was starting a new tech enterprise in the global development space, and I started interviewing people. And the first interview I did was with a local leader from Lake Naivasha in Kenya. And I said, so I'm from Silicon Valley, and I'm here to help you. And he says, well, I said, so tell me how tech's working for you. He says, well, it really isn't. So why? I said, well, I'm basically leading this coalition of local leaders, and we make all the decisions about land use in Lake Naivasha. It's where the flower industry and all these things are going on. And he says, but we don't actually have any of the data. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, yeah, we're the best studied ecosystem in the Rift Valley, and yet the local leaders who make all the decisions don't have any of that data. It's tied up in big NGOs, the national government, researchers. He says, and Jim, that's called data colonialism. And I'm like, oh, I'd never heard that. And then I went to talk to Nithya like a month later, and she said, oh yeah, it's a thing.
Right. Nithya, so what's your story? How did you sort of come to this moment?
Yeah, I had a really similar story. At NextLeaf, we work with ministries of health around the world. And early on, I remember talking with a ministry leader in East Africa who had talked about just her immense frustration and humiliation sitting at a conference and watching a researcher who would come in presenting data about her country and not even, this was the first time that she had seen it. But from there, what we started looking at are what are the consequences of this, beyond that initial frustration. And what became really clear is a few things. One, that just not only was she frustrated and humiliated, but completely disempowered. And I'm very food motivated, so I'm going to give a quick food analogy. So imagine that you're, cooking. I love to cook soup, so I cook this Vietnamese soup pho all the time, and when I cook the soup, I make all these mistakes, especially the first 5-10 times. But it's through making those mistakes that I extract the principles. I learn by doing. And she was completely robbed of that opportunity. So instead, it was like she was handed the final, bowl of soup and a 100-page report and said, here's the lessons learned. Now, everyone's going to go off. So it really kind of removes that ability to learn from failure and disempowers people as well.
Right, and if we could just sort of describe the idea of data colonialism in one sentence, what would your sort of elevator speech for this be?
Go for it.
Yeah, all right, I got this. So we think about how data is extracted, often without the knowledge and consent of communities, and then the value is also completely extracted. So it's really those two parts of it. And I mean, we can talk about this more, but one of the other consequences that we've seen is ways that not only is the value extracted, but often that data is then used to punish. So on top of it, data is then used to decide resources are no longer going to go here because some impact was not reached. So.
And think about it, we're part of the social entrepreneurship crowd, right? We're all about community empowerment because we think that if people are making their own decisions, that they have agency. Yeah. And so we're delivering these programs, and then we suddenly realize, oh, wait a minute, we're using this data in a completely colonial way that is the opposite of our stated goals. Oh, that's not good.
And do you feel like there's some sort of similarities in the way that the tech world previously operated or still probably operates?
Well, that's my background. I was a regular tech entrepreneur. And I'll tell you, when you're starting a tech company in Silicon Valley, where I'm based, all the investors want to know, how are you going to use data to, monetize it? How are you going to exploit the people using your product? And so a lot of my peers in the tech industry are coming into the nonprofit sector, they're board members, they're donors, and they say, well, of course you have to monetize their data. Of course you have to use their data to screw them over. I'm sorry, that is the dominant business model in Silicon Valley. And so, of course, that's what you need to do. It's like, no, that's actually not what we're here to do. But it's presented as just a best practice in using tech. Well, of course, if you have the data, make some money off of it.
Yeah, that sounds, we're all familiar with that. But I feel like in this room, right, we're well-meaning development professionals. In our own programs, what are some of the red flags that you think we should be recognizing and sort of really addressing?
Yeah, actually, I'll build on your point, Jim, because one of the things that we look at a lot is who does the value accrue to from the data? And of course, we've got donors, we've got stakeholders, we've got doers, we've got communities. So the value's got to accrue to everybody. But when we look at, well, who's getting most of the value? That's really kind of one of the big red flags where we look at how is this data being used? And one of the things that we saw early on, and actually, I will say, I will credit part of this to somebody in a different country, another Ministry of Health official had said, he who holds the data holds the power. And we really expanded on that and thought about data is knowledge, knowledge is power, and power ultimately leads to money in the development space. Mm-hmm. And so we started to look at actually the red flags really fall from that paradigm. I don't know if you want to.
Well, yeah, the first red flag is the data belongs to your international organization or your company instead of the people about whom the data is collected. So that's a good starting red flag.
Yeah.
Want to keep running?
Yeah. So the next one is, and this is almost self-evident, but is worth saying that when the data is analyzed by people outside of that context where the data was collected, that data is interpreted without the actual local context in mind. And so that's an immediate red flag. If we don't have the people who the data was collected about around the table as part of this interpretation of the data, it's an immediate red flag.
I'm a machine learning guy. If you feed a bunch of data into the computer and the computer comes out with an answer and you just blindly apply it, the computer's dumb as a brick. You need context. It's about making humans smarter. It's not about turning everything over to the computer.
Yeah.
Oh, and then of course we have reinforcing traditional power relationships, which generally don't go very well for the local community.
Yeah, and that often plays out in complex monitoring and evaluation methodologies and all these reasons why, oh no, we can't involve the community, not yet. We've got to first apply all this, quote, rigor. So that one plays out. Little known fact, actually, my computer science PhD was specifically in how dumb computers are as a brick and how you need the humans in the loop. So.
And now you get to actually see that in practice.
That's right.
And then, I'm from the impact investing space, right? To pay for performance. Well, what that means is data can be used to punish people. Guess what? If you know that the data could be used to punish you, you might get lousy quality data that just happens to not hurt as much.
It's called perverse incentives.
Indeed, it is. And yet, the real reason that you're using data is to learn from it.
Yeah.
Right? To do better, to actually get that insight. And, but instead, if we use data in these weird ways, it's working against our stated goals. If the goal is development is empowering communities.
Right, so what I'm hearing is that data colonialism is this extractive practice, but what we can do is to empower communities to actually use it in the right way. Do you have some good examples in terms of how it's being done or how it shouldn't be done?
Yeah, I'll get us started. So, just to kind of first clarify what we think needs to happen, one is around ownership. We need to be real clear up front who actually owns this data. And from our perspective, it's the communities where the data is collected that, whether it's a country, it's a Ministry of Health or community, the ownership should really sit there so that there's decisions around, value and all of that. And so I have one concrete example I'll share, which is Gavi. Gavi, as many of you probably know, the largest multilateral in terms of vaccine distribution, and has done a lot, especially during COVID. And they were really at the forefront of any institution I've known of to really not only stake, from the head of the organization, Seth Berkley, all the way through, stake countries' ownership of data, but actually write it into the contracts. It's really impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, and Nithi and I build products, right? And and software and technology, and they throw off data. And so for us, it's like, well, then we should put our money where our mouth is. So we operate the national helplines in a bunch of countries. The data belongs to the helpline. It doesn't belong to us. It's sensitive data about people in crisis. And yet, then they're going to look to us as their tech provider and say, hey, I think you should share this data with this research group, and here's the reason why you want to do that. You'll get actually the report back rather than it going into a journal that you can't afford to read, right? Or whatever it might be. So I think it's not that we're going to stop using data for all these powerful things, but the great thing about data is, as you've said, 5 different groups of people can benefit from that data and can do that responsibly. But we think if the organization that is collecting the data on the ground is actually representing that community's interests, if they're in the driver's seat, better decisions will be made about that data that are more likely to benefit the people that they serve.
Right.
Yeah.
That kind of brings me to a crucial point in the whole puzzle, which is the donors. How do we go about convincing donors that, to sort of engage in these good practices?
I mean, I have some thoughts, which is
Go for it.
I have not found that we've had to convince. I think it depends who you mean by donors. I've found that the private philanthropy is, in my experience, very much along. I mean, I won't embarrass anybody by calling out names, but I mean, I absolutely could. So, I think I've actually found quite a bit of support on the private side. I think when it comes to the sovereign donors, that's probably a different conversation, though. Because we work with ministries across Africa and Asia, we tend to come in on the ministry side of things, and so don't quite have that relationship. But I think really it's got to come from the ministries. Like even with Gavi, I do think putting Gavi out there, like having them talk more about how they did it, but that actually really came from the ministries. We just helped amplify what was already being talked about.
Yeah, and I mean the power relationship is tough, right? And a lot of foreign aid is an instrument of industrial policy at the donors.
Sure, yeah.
And data is part of industrial policy,
Yeah.
right? And so I think it's like Gavi putting a marker down is part of setting the stage. Companies will adapt. For-profit companies will adapt to these norms. They'll figure out a way to make money. And so we just have to bake some of these things in. And I would say I don't have a problem with the staff at donors. I sometimes have problems with the rich guys, right? Who basically said, this is the way I've made my money, so this is the way you should do it. And when you say no, they're a little irritated.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we have time, Amrita, but I love Jim's example of in Silicon Valley, separate from we've used Silicon Valley as a bad example, but there's a really positive example in Silicon Valley where actually organizations are incentivized to build common infrastructure, to actually come together and pool resources. So I think there's actually some positive things also that we could be pulling from that we could actually do some learning on. Instead of building it all myself, I got to build my whole stack. Imagine if every person who started a tech company had to build the entire HTTP, TCP stack by themselves. It's madness. So that's what we do in the social sector. So.
Right. Partnerships are great, and here at Devex, we'll continue to report on that and continue to dig deeper into this question of data colonialism. I like sort of ending on this positive, optimistic note. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here. Thanks so much for being a great audience. Thank you. That was a really interesting conversation. I'm now going to be joined by my colleague David.
Yeah, that was a fascinating.
How was your morning, David?
It's been pretty good, to be honest. I feel like I've learned a lot.
I have too, yeah.
That was an absolutely fascinating conversation. So I guess, did anything in particular jump out to you from either of those chats?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just the candidness and the honesty with which both the panelists spoke, right? I mean, I think there's an underlying sort of idea that, okay, here is where this idea of colonialism started from, here's where it needs to go, but to really pinpoint to these bad practices and to lead us to the good practices is something that we all need as a community.
Yeah, I felt like kind of a couple of words jumped out to me there, like practice and power.
Yes, absolutely.
Seemed like the real kind of keys here. We've got a bunch of NGOs, a bunch of humanitarian organizations running around collecting data. A lot of that data they're not collecting for their own benefit. They're collecting it because someone's told them to collect it, because some funder somewhere wants that data.
Yeah.
And then we've got this situation where nobody's kind of working together. Like, people are repeatedly collecting the same data again and again and again. And nobody's kind of saying, how do we all get together and unify around this? And like, if we can get the funders and the NGOs and the donors to all work together and going in the same direction, it feels like we can.
It'd be so easy, right?
But that's always the case in the development community.
Right.
You can get the NGOs and the funders to work for the benefit of the donors, for the benefit of the beneficiaries. Everything will be wonderful.
And we wonder why that doesn't happen. Well, David and I will keep reporting on these issues. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We hope you continue to enjoy these sessions. Thanks, everyone.
And thank you very much as well. We look forward to seeing you for the rest of the day.
Please take your seats. The program for the Kogod continues shortly. Please take your seats. The program for the Kogod continues shortly. Please welcome Devex senior reporter Adva Saldinger and UK correspondent William Worley.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Thanks for joining us. We are here to talk about development finance. So if that's not something you're interested in, well, stick around anyway. My name is Adva Saldinger. I am a senior reporter here at Devex, where I cover all things development finance and also quite a lot about US foreign aid policy. I write our weekly Devex Invested newsletter, which if you're not signed up for, you should be. I'm excited to be joined here today by my colleague, Will.
Thank you, Adva. Hi, everyone. My name is Will Worley. I am the UK correspondent, so I've had quite a busy time covering DFID and UK aid policy since I've joined Devex a few years ago. I also contribute to Invested, and I also cover the UK's formerly known as CDC Group, their development finance institution. And I'm going to be interviewing Nick O'Donoghue live from London later in today's talks. Adva, what else do we have?
Yeah, so we are going to have a really interesting discussion about climate finance and how to accelerate climate finance to get to net zero. Do we need new instruments, policies, technologies? Stick around, we're going to find out. And then we're going to talk about humanitarian finance. It's not necessarily a place we always think about private capital coming in, but we're going to talk about some folks who are working on creative ways to leverage private capital to address sort of the broad spectrum of humanitarian challenges, from immediate response to the sort of really long-term displacement that we're seeing around the world. We are going to jump into those conversations in just a minute, and we hope that you'll stick with us for the next hour and a half. But first, we have a short video from our partner, the Global Fund for Women, about giving adolescent girls a seat at the funding table.
Have a great day, guys.
We need that adults and people who have the biggest power on decisions to actually listen to what we have to say and to actually take into consideration our opinions, because most of the times, and what I've seen in my community, is that they create these spaces for young people, but they don't actually care about what we have to say. I have always seen the world as a place that has left women, girls, and adolescents behind. The place where I grew up, Monterrey, Mexico, it's a patriarchal society. Before the pandemic, it was my last high school year, and sexual harassment cases were a big issue on Monterrey. My friends and I decided to create a protest in order to write your aggressor's name on the mirror of the restroom. It became really popular. After we mobilized and created this protest, the institution took action and created this protocol in order to attend the sexual harassment cases. It makes me proud, and also at times when burnout is really big and I don't want to keep mobilizing because being an activist is really hard. But going back to these moments in which girls, adolescents, and other people have thanked me and have been grateful for creating these spaces really motivates me to keep being an activist. By being part of Ground Like a Girl initiative, I'm able to also give other girls from other regions of the world the same opportunities that I have had, because money shouldn't be a barrier in order to access to these spaces and to these activities and these kind of projects. Need to have this grant in order to keep impacting the lives of girls, adolescents, and gender non-conforming people. The process basically getting to know the necessities of girls in specific regions, and then we work in small groups of people in order to review specific proposals and to discuss what we think about them, and we collectively decide if they are given a grant or not. My message to everyone attending Devex World is to be open-minded, to actually listen to girls, young people, because we have a lot to say.
Please welcome senior reporter Stephanie Beasley.
Hello, hello. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you are as excited as I am about this conversation about women in philanthropy, transforming development. And I'm just going to go ahead and introduce my panel. So first we have Kavita Ramdas from K&R Sisters, Jennifer Alcorn from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Justine Lucas, Executive Director of the Claire Lionel Foundation. Ladies, if you would like to come out and join me. Welcome. So I just want to dive right in. So I just want to start by addressing the person who maybe is the elephant in the room for a lot of folks who think about women in philanthropy, and that is Mackenzie Scott, who of course is the billionaire philanthropist, ex-wife of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. So she's been making big waves in philanthropy over the past 2 years with an unconventional style that involves giving out large sums, unrestricted grants, trust-based philanthropy, and focusing a lot on women-led organizations, grassroots-led organizations. And so I just wanted to ask, and we can start with you, Kavita, because I know that as former president of the Global Fund for Women, you have a lot of experience here. Do you see her as blazing a new trail for women in philanthropy? And if so, what are some of the implications you see coming out of this?
Thank you, and thank you everyone at Devex. It's great to be on this panel. I think Mackenzie Scott is important because of what she signifies primarily for private individuals of wealth and the way in which they approach their work. I think with regard to trust-based philanthropy, women's funds like the Global Fund for Women and Mama Cash and Semillas in Mexico and the Ukrainian Women's Fund, there are so many of them that have actually pioneered giving on the basis of trust. And as Justine and I were talking about earlier, the ability for these smaller sums of money to reach grassroots-based organizations, which women's funds have been able to do in really remarkable ways, I think that has long preceded the kind of recognition and visibility that someone like a Mackenzie Scott has received. But do I think it's not important? No, I actually think she's made an important challenge for the rest of philanthropy, which also, as we have discussed, has recently been, you know, I often think that closing down women's rights programs inside big foundations can be sort of like how arts and music gets cut from the public school budget. So I think in contrast, Mackenzie has played an important role in that respect. But I know my colleagues will have their thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think what makes her stand out is the scale that she gives at. But you asked about the implications, and I don't think we know what the implications are going to be of the massive amounts of money that she's put into a system that needs it, but may not know exactly how to manage it. And so I think what these organizations that receive this money do with it and how they manage it will be part of her legacy.
So accountability in this case is probably going to be, and transparency about how the money is being spent. And I know that some groups that have received funding from her have already started to do that.
Yeah. It's a big responsibility to receive that amount of money.
But I think it's also a good thing, especially for women-led and BIPOC-led organizations, which for a long time haven't been trusted with big money. Yeah. So there's also a statement, you know, that's part of that.
Exactly.
And I do think like the opportunity of reaching those local organizations, I think you can see through her giving that it's continued to refine and go more local. Yeah. But the whole idea of trust-based philanthropy is to reach these orgs that don't have the opportunity or infrastructure to even access these kinds of funds. So hopefully she continues to improve that.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see. I know that she is supposed to create a website at some point, and she's going to have a lot more information there. But I wanted to go back to something you just mentioned, Kavita. You talked about, you know, women's programs within foundations. And we're, of course, talking a few weeks after in the U.S., we just, you know, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, removing federal protections for abortion rights. And I wonder if, you know, in looking at this moment, if you're seeing any missed opportunities in philanthropy, moments where maybe there could have been more funding for that, and how you sort of reshape strategies in the wake of that, because of course this is a US situation, but it has widespread implications. The US, of course, is very influential. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't know, do you want to jump into that, Jennifer?
I mean, I'm happy to jump in.
Go ahead.
You know, funding for reproductive health is about 86% of all funding for women and girls, period, in the US. But in the US, only 1.6% of all giving goes to women and girls. So there has been money going there, it's just never been enough money. And so I do think that what we need is more funding going into policy, into getting women into leadership positions, into places where they have power and voice to change policy. And we do need more funders, both men and women, coming to the table on all issues related to gender, but particularly women. We need men at the table.
And I would add, like, the global layer of this, you know, at the Clara Lionel Foundation, we have funded reproductive health clinic infrastructure projects in the Caribbean for a long time as part of our climate resilience work. And, you know, to the stat about the amount of funding happening in the US, we would see after natural disasters that so little funding would go to support women and girls. And then on top of it, these reproductive health clinics wouldn't open for years. So just that lack of access to these basic health services was not there. And so we did make it a priority a long time ago to continue to fund this and to make sure that women have this continuous access, but it's because we've always believed that this is about healthcare. And I think that's an important thing to come back to. It's sometimes when you put it in the bucket of women and girls, we're not seeing funders step up. So
yeah, I mean, it's kind of fascinating to me that, you know, people see women and girls as like a niche population, and I'm like, wait, we're half of the world, and we produce the other half.
More than half. Yeah.
So, like, how does this become kind of like oh, that's a special interest group? I'm like, no, actually, the issues that we care about are all the issues we all care about, and so whether it's climate resilience or whether it's peace and security or whether it's the survival of democracy. I mean, at the Open Society Foundations, we were arguing strongly that the battleground for democratic rights and challenging authoritarianism begins with our bodies. And the fact that there is an effort to control our bodies, literally control our bodies. How many laws are there that control men's bodies? You know? And that is, I think, something that we also need to shift, is appreciating the ways in which these struggles are not just struggles that, quote unquote, affect some small group of specialized people. They actually are struggles that profoundly affect the ability for us to have free and just societies anywhere in the world.
Yeah, and I think, I think you raised an interesting point, and that's something I've heard quite a bit about the philanthropy sector in general, is this tendency to silo issues in areas. And Jennifer, I wanted to ask you a little bit about how the Gates Foundation is integrating and including gender equity in its overall mission, including health and other programs that it's working on.
Yeah, so gosh, I think about 8 years ago, Melinda came to the foundation and said, we're going to start integrating gender into all of our programs. We're going to take a gender lens. And nobody knew exactly what that meant at that point. But we've started to do it over the years, and it's taken time, and not all of our programs have gotten there. But over time, you're seeing that come into every program, every grant that we make. And as long as you know that it does take time, it's really important. I think that also led to the creation of our Gender Equality Division, which most recently has started to bring in parts of our Global Health Division. And bringing that together is so critical for women, because it's not just, it's not just women and advocacy, it's about their health, it's about their communities, it's about their kids. And so the fact that we can bring this together and really focus on it holistically is a huge shift for the foundation, and it's really exciting.
I think it's exciting also. I would say the Global Fund for Women was an early grantee of the Gates Foundation at a different moment, and I think it's been exciting to see the trajectory, as Jennifer said. So, you know, there's another side, just as Mackenzie Scott's philanthropy has been a positive. I think the fact that the Gates Foundation has prioritized and openly started speaking about the importance of investing in feminist movements, that's a big shift. It's a big shift to have Melinda be, you know, an open proponent for both family planning and now women's rights over their own bodies. And so, you know, I think it's fair to say we've had both positive trajectories in philanthropy as well as continued challenges. So.
I think it's so well said. Like we have to be mindful in philanthropy of sometimes getting lost in the intersectionality. Like I feel like that's how even Prime Minister Trudeau, you know, with his government and Gates Foundation, all that was happening. It felt like putting the gender lens on is wonderful, but then like I just worry that we get lost in not actually prioritizing it.
I think it's a both and.
Yeah.
I think we need both and.
Totally.
We need a gender lens across all our programs, and we need independent, strong, well-funded women's rights programs in foundations that can actually get money directly to women and girls. So.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too, you know, you talk about people sort of making statements about like gender inequity, and I think that's something, you know, we've seen a lot in the past couple of years, and as a lot of foundations have also focused on like social justice and climate justice, you hear these things a lot, but I think there's also the questions about like the follow-up with the commitments. Like, you know, people say they're going to pledge, you know, 1.2 billion or however much money, but then what happens? And I think that is something that has been concerning, at least what I hear from grantees, is that, you know, such and such foundation said they were going to do this, but we don't actually know how the money is going to be spent. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how, you know, philanthropists and women in philanthropy can kind of push for that type of transparency and to make sure that, you know, a lot of these pledges actually are followed up on.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Go ahead, Justine.
I mean, I think this panel is so interesting because, I don't know, just looking at like how women are playing a role in philanthropy, like I think we lead with our value set and we prioritize things like transparency, like multi-year grants, like, you know, thinking about how we can engage in trust-based philanthropy, but also measure impact. Like, I think there's a lot that can be done and a lot that we can champion and lead with.
Yeah, and I also feel like there's also a way in which the, you know, it's not just entering the spaces, you know, you said the accountability. So there's a lot of going to big events and making, as you said, the big pronouncements and the pledges. And then there's not so much on the kind of who's holding the feet to the fire. And I think part of that is for the people who are on the receiving end of grants, people who raise money, it's awfully hard to hold the people who are going to make your next grant to you, quote unquote, accountable. And there is no other form of accountability. That is a challenge with private philanthropy in a most profound way. You know, they're not democratically elected. These are often incredibly wealthy people who have lives that are very different from the kinds of people who they're giving grants to, presumably to upend the very system that made them as wealthy as they were, right? So, I mean, this is just a fact, and we have to kind of acknowledge that there's that internal contradiction. And then, therefore, I feel like we need more support on the accountability front from that we build into foundations ourselves. Like we have to take that responsibility if we're on the funding end and not say that, well, you know, I mean, our grantees, you know, they could be, and it's like, no, that's not on them. That's on us. That's on us as funders to do more of that.
I think we can't be susceptible to moments too, because all the examples you just gave, like George Floyd's murder happens, there's this big amount of philanthropy that happens around racial justice, but then that sort of fell off. We're sitting in a moment of reproductive justice, like we can't just this year be funding it. We have to be thinking about the long-term strategies and how we can like continue to accelerate policy change and
Yeah, I mean, I do think so much of philanthropy is private, though. Well, so much comes from donor-advised funds and anonymous donors that it can't be tracked, but it is going to these things. But that's just, it's another way that people give. and are trying to move things forward, but they're doing it in a trust-based philanthropy type of way. But then you get the criticism of donor-advised funds not being transparent, but still the funds are going out the door. So it becomes really important, I think, both from a donor perspective, if they're comfortable sharing, but also from an organization perspective of saying, here's what we received and here's how we're spending it, and making sure that you're also building that trust back into donors coming back to you and building that relationship over time.
Right. And I imagine that is really important in terms of maintaining public trust. You know, I recently wrote a story, the Center for Effective Philanthropy and others were talking about the fact that public trust in foundations and in philanthropists was eroding. And a lot of that is because people will assume that they, you know, maybe some of these philanthropists have other alternative ideas that they're trying to push, or that they just don't know how the money is being spent. And so, yeah, I think there are those questions about that. And in some ways, maybe it would serve the philanthropy community to be more transparent if, you know, you have people willing to do that.
Yeah, and I think we do need probably a new, this is not going to make me very popular with philanthropists, but I do think that the conversations around more regulation are valid. I actually think that this is a huge tax break for incredibly wealthy people, and they actually should be held to more account. And frankly, inside a democracy, since this is in particular in the United States, where, you know, in the rest of the world, people think that paying taxes is actually a good way of maintaining your democracy and actually putting that money out into the larger community and redistributing wealth. Somehow in the US, we haven't gotten that message yet. But I think there is therefore even more reason for our legislatures to hold philanthropy to account, because I actually don't think you make 70% in a good year if the market is great, and then you're only expected to pay out 5% of your earnings. I think that's crazy. People have made billions and billions of dollars in the last few years, and all these endowments of you know, private foundations particularly. Mackenzie Scott is actually richer now after having given away all that amount of money than she was when she began. That's the degree of inequality we have in our societies, and philanthropy is not enough to fix that.
So I know we're running low on time, and I want to just get in a final question. But, you know, I think my question, because we have talked a lot about gender inequity, and I wanted to ask, because I feel like there is a pressure that's put on women in philanthropy to talk about certain issues because you are representative of a particular group. And I wonder if, one, you think that's fair, like women should be the ones out there leading the call for more funding for gender inequity. And if there are other areas, though, that you see an opportunity for women to also pursue, or other areas where you sort of see those intersections, as Justine mentioned, like climate resilience is one area I'm thinking where you can bring in those two and connect them. So yeah, I guess I'll start with you, Justine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are, just looking at what happened with Roe v. Wade, I feel like every woman in the United States was sort of raising their voice, but you know, I saw a lot of memes out there that were saying, like, with men, if they were silent, that's being complicit. And I do think that there is absolutely a role for men to step up in this space, and we shouldn't have to carry the burden of taking on these issues. I do think, you know, something that we've always looked at CLF is that intersectionality, you know, and our founder being from the Caribbean, like, we obviously sit in her value set, and the fact that her family still lives in Barbados, and you know, so we're always looking at how can we help support the issues that that community faces, and it's beyond gender. You know, it's the intersection of climate. It's, you know, looking at, you know, things like the effects of the colonial past of that region, and it's so complicated, but gender always seems to be something that cuts across all of our work without us even thinking about it. So, I mean, I do think that the burden shouldn't be on us as women, but I think also we should look at the value set we have as women in the work that we're doing, and how do we carry that forward and look at how it intersects with all the other issues that we're taking on. So just how you're talking about the Gates Foundation approach, it feels like it sits true with an approach that works well.
Yeah, I mean, what doesn't gender touch?
Yeah.
it's all intersectional, isn't it? I mean, women are at the center of so many things. I mean, I don't think that women philanthropists only have to advocate for women and girls, but women and girls are integrated into everything, and so you can't help but talk about it. I also think that, well, we know the data tells us that women give with empathy. They give with their hearts. And so they will look at things from that perspective and give to it. And they give to women and girls. They give to lots of different things. But I think what I would love to see is for it not just being women standing up and talking about women and girls. We need men at the table. And until that happens, we're going to be, 4 women on a stage without a man here talking about gender. And next year, I'd love to see a man up here saying that he's the funder of gender programs.
I think also I would add that LGBT and queer movements and challenges to our binaries have helped us a lot. I think in the feminist movement, I find it very liberating that they've created a space for us to be able to think in a way that actually brings that in. In Ireland, one of the women's rights movements for free and legal abortion that the Women's Rights Program at the Open Society Foundations was proud to be able to support. Queer activists were, deeply in sync with women's rights activists, and it was a joint effort because, as you can see from Roe v. Wade, this is just the tip of the iceberg. They're not just going after women, they're going after anybody who, is different, doesn't fit into the mold, doesn't, fit into some kind of categorization. And I think we should all be really ready for the fact that we are going to see an attack on LGBT rights, and we owe that community a huge debt of gratitude, I think, in the women's movement to have opened up our understanding of feminism in a way. For me, feminism has nothing to do with what's between your legs. It has to do with what's between your ears. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody should be a feminist. So.
Well, and on that note, I want to thank you all so much for being here. And thank you all for listening to this conversation on women in philanthropy.
And now, a message from the founder of Green Generation Initiative, Elizabeth Wathuti.
My name is Elizabeth Wathuti. I am a Kenyan environmentalist and a climate activist, and I am a strong believer of our human capacity to care deeply and to act collectively to create a world where people and our planet thrive. I have been fighting for the protection of nature, which is our very own life support system, and telling the stories of frontline communities who are facing the worst impacts of the climate crisis so that the whole world can see and feel the suffering that our way of doing things is bringing to bear across the African continent. Right now, we have seen so many impacts of the climate crisis that range from record-breaking heat waves to the ongoing prolonged drought situation that has seen over 3 million Kenyans and over 20 million people in neighboring countries across the Horn of Africa facing climate-related starvation. And in the past few years, we've also seen extreme floods that have taken lives in Uganda, Nigeria, South Africa. And all of this is happening as emissions continue to rise all around the world. So it is clear that we cannot afford to delay action on climate. We have to make sure that we drastically cut emissions. And this means that we can no longer continue to invest in fossil fuels. The future is now in renewables. The future is in biodiversity protection, because again, we are not going to meet our climate targets without nature. And investing in renewable energy is going to help us deal with this crisis. But most importantly, we have to also ensure equal access to energy for all of the people. And we can no longer continue to give the biggest burden of this crisis to a population of people who have least contributed to it. We need international solidarity and cooperation to be able to deal with these impacts. And most importantly, we will need everyone to be able to solve this crisis. So it's upon every individual, every government, every corporation, every person all around the world to step up and fight for nature's protection and fight for the people. And also, we need to also continue holding our leaders to account, because most of these solutions are still laying in commitments and pledges that have been made and not met. And we have to make sure that we turn things around and do what science says we must do to turn these things around.
Well, Elizabeth is quite an inspiration, I think, to anyone working in the climate finance space, and that's the perfect introduction to our next panel, which is really about accelerating finance to get to net zero. With each new climate report, we see the situation is more dire than it was before. We know there's a limited time to act. The question is, where is the money? Can it be mobilized quickly enough to do the necessary things to reach net zero targets? One of the things I'm particularly interested in is, yes, climate is a global issue, but the places where we're seeing people hardest hit in low-income countries, people in vulnerable communities, they need that climate finance, and they're often not seen as attractive investments. So what can be done within the development finance community, within the broader finance community, to drive resources to those places? And as we see, a plethora of metrics and pledges from business and financial institutions, how can we really translate those into greater, more equitable capital flows? And to discuss this immense set of issues, I have a really wonderful panel with me today. I have Nuru Mugambi, who's a policy advisor in sustainable finance, responsible investment, financial inclusion in Africa for the Sustainable Banking and Financing Network. Kate Steele, who's the founder and CEO of Nithio, an energy financing platform. Daniel Morris, the clean energy lead at Climate Investment Funds. And joining us virtually, we have Hari Balasubramanian, who's the founding managing partner of Eco Advisors. So join me in welcoming them to the stage. Well, thank you all for being here. And Hari, thanks for tuning in virtually. I want to start with a question that I think each of you can answer in a little bit of a different way, because you work on different aspects of climate finance. And I really want to ask you what you see as a key roadblock that is currently preventing the acceleration of climate finance, and perhaps what some of the solutions are that you guys are working on to address that challenge. Daniel, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Thanks, Adva, for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I guess, so from my perspective with the Climate Investment Funds, just for everyone's awareness, we are a $10 billion fund that works to facilitate investments from multilateral development banks using concessional finance that can be transformational, it can be flexible, and used at below market rates in a lot of situations. And so when we go into different contexts, different country contexts, different markets, I think there's a slew of roadblocks that we encounter. But what they all kind of are related to is sort of risk perception and different investors sort of not understanding the risk that they're coming into. It could be country risk, it could be political risk, it could be technology risk. But that seems to be what's holding them up. And so the solution to that is to really start to mitigate those risks for them. And that can take a number of different forms, which we'll get into in the panel. But I think sort of a combination of leadership from governments, public resources, sort of attacking the areas that are really key for accelerating things, and sort of doing the work on the ground, sort of proof of concept, can really help speed things along.
Great. Kate, do you want to jump in? I mean, I think you're doing some really interesting things also with technology and looking at how AI can help.
Sure, and Daniel actually couldn't have teed that up better for me, so it's very easy to follow on to that. So as you said, Nithio is a platform for financing energy access. What we really saw was missing was ability to understand risk, and then ability to really drive large-scale efficient capital deployment to climate problems. And I think that's where we really honed in on household credit risk specifically. We're looking in the household energy space and felt like there wasn't large-scale, especially climate-oriented investment coming in because no one could really understand what was happening with financing of energy access technologies. And if you could understand what's happening with the financing of those systems, that kind of trickles back to being able to understand the portfolio and being able to have much larger scale investment. So I think that's really the key point, and we do use an AI-powered model to better understand that household credit risk and some really interesting data sources. But we also saw was missing was the infrastructure for that capital deployment. That's why we run a financial intermediary, trying to bring in blended finance, public resources, private resources, to be able to reach everyone. And just the final point, I think what we see as missing is a focus on climate justice, on adaptation, resilience. So much of the climate finance right now goes to renewable energy, carbon mitigation. 100% agree that that is absolutely essential, but there's a lot of people already suffering on the ground, and we need to be working to solutions for them as well.
Well, I think you've probably now teed things up perfectly for new.
I think we're done. I think we can go home now. Yeah, I've spent the past 15 years in the financial sector, but before that, I was in the real economy, most recently in forest products, and got a better appreciation of sustainability issues. So most recently, I've been advising policymakers, primarily central banks, and trade associations, so banking associations on the continent, around sustainable finance and responsible investment. And it's exactly what Kate is saying. When you look at the trends, there seems to be a misalignment. And I think global finance doesn't really appreciate the context within which Black and brown people operate, right? So financing for energy is easy to come by because those are your $1 trillion and $1 billion deals. It's efficient to deploy the capital. Your stakeholders are happy. But when you talk about transitioning to the green economy, it requires an economy-wide shift. On the continent, most of the global south, and I'll argue even here in the US, your economies are based on the informal sector, right? So more than 50% of your GDP here in the US is SME driven. Same in Africa, if not more. When you look at the turnover for some of these businesses, it's really small, something that probably the DFIs would not even get out of bed for. So when you start looking at how technical assistance programs are being structured around ESG and sustainable finance, you realize there's that misalignment, right? You're not appreciating the context, you're not appreciating the normative culture within which these actors are operating. But now we're all pushing for 2050, net zero by 2050, right? So these are some of the policy issues that I'm trying to help solve.
Yeah, and I think we'll dive more into that and the importance of not only diverse voices, but driving capital to a more diverse group of actors in this space and what that means for achieving these goals. Hari, I want to turn to you if you want to jump in with your thoughts on what some of the key roadblocks or challenges you're seeing.
No, absolutely. So I run a firm called Eco Advisors, and we provide a connection between capital in all its forms, so financial and technical, reputational, a variety of capital, and environmental solutions around the world. And the three of you teed this up perfectly. The three things I was going to talk about are, first, there's an inertia hurdle. So I think people have made commitments, but there's still a reluctance to actually act on those commitments. So there's money sitting on the sidelines but not moving. And I think part of the reason for that is because there's still this notion that we have to make a trade-off for climate-aligned investing versus profit-motivated investing. Now, that's not entirely true, but there's a legacy kind of convention that we believe that there's a trade-off in all situations. And I think we need to get over that. Second is that I think that the skill set required for sourcing, diligencing, and overseeing climate-aligned or sustainability-themed investing is fundamentally different. We're talking about a new asset class, and what we're seeing is people from conventional finance trying to orient conventional diligence tools and oversight tools on a new asset class that doesn't conform. I'd like to pick up a couple of threads. So I think, Daniel, you talked about risk. I think that's a clear and fundamental roadblock, and we need to figure out solutions whereby we can reduce risk and use concessionary and blended capital to lower the risk appetites to get more conventional investors on board, to drive more capital towards solutions. I think this notion of understanding cash flows and dynamics and coming up with creative models. So I think the work that you're doing at Nithio is fantastic, because I think fundamentally the transition finance required is going to need different tools and different forms of debt and equity to understand the differences in cash flow dynamics and payback dynamics relative to conventional retrofits in the past. And then finally, Nuru, your point about the connection between capital and community is I think, one of the most fundamental roadblocks. And we need to get more voices from the emerging markets in the global south, black and brown voices, but voices all around, right? We heard in the last session about gender being needing to be integrated into everything. But I think this voice of all people being affected by climate change, which is everybody, needs to rise up to the top for decisions to be made. And I think this disconnect between capital, really understanding the systems and the context that communities are facing in places where they want to invest, is a fundamental roadblock that we need to shift. We need to educate people more about what the context is like on the ground, and not believe that you can invest from London or New York or wherever in the global north and believe that it's going to work in other places where you've never been and don't understand. So we need to connect those communities.
So I want to pick up on this because a lot of you have mentioned this need to be more inclusive in climate finance. So let's talk about how do you get there, right? Because so we recognize it's a challenge. How do you get there? What mechanisms need to be in place? Is it policy? Is it regulatory? Is it, I mean, because people often give money to people who look like them. We know that. So how do you change that dynamic?
So I would say it's a bit of everything. It's like an alphabet soup, right? So depending on the market. So looking at Kenya, for example, when we did our analysis in terms of where climate finance is going, it's certainly the energy sector. But Kenya is a multi-sectoral economy. So we have tourism, we have agriculture, we have forestry products, education, of course, telecommunications. I think many of us know about M-Pesa. So when you look at that kind of market structure, and 70 to 80% of climate finance is solely going to energy, then you realize that policymakers need to have a look at what's the enabling environment, how can we incentivize donors, the global financial markets, to start allocating capital where they don't have a stake. And when I say don't have a stake, I think a lot of times investors obviously want the return, the payback, but they also it's a trade issue, right? It's trade. So there are inputs that are going into those sectors that the donors are benefiting from as well. So how do you start incentivizing global finance to look at other sectors that perhaps they don't have any inputs, right? Like health, education, things that help build social welfare and lower the social costs. So I think policy has a big role to play. I think it's encouraging to see what's going on in the responsible investment space, where you have activists, and I don't want to use the word activists, but they really are, activist investors really helping shape mandates. And I think also there's an issue of capacity building, not only in the real economy, but in the financial sector. When I deal with a lot of policymakers on the continent, this is a big issue. The regulators are often playing catch up with the market, trying to understand, bring in the definitions, the taxonomies, and the roadmaps. So there's a lot of capacity building that's also needed. I don't know what you...
No, building off that, because I think it's, even though the energy sector does get a lot of attention, we see in the off-grid solar sector, every year, 75% to 90% of the total investment in the sector goes to the top 10 companies, which are all international.
Right, yeah.
And they are serving people on the ground in a lot of these markets, but there's a need to actually focus on these distributors who are local also, who are deeper into the remote rural areas, are probably employing more local staff. And so at Nithio, we've really tried to commit, because we take this data-driven approach, we feel like we can work across the entire sector. And that's to the benefit of everyone. Mm-hmm. But it means that there needs to be partnerships. We just announced investments we made in Kenya with local companies working in partnership with U.S. African Development Foundation. Mm-hmm. It does take a lot of capacity building or extra work, and I feel like that's where some philanthropic money or donor money to make sure that these companies are ready for investment, that they've got all the documentation in order, they've got the financial model in order, so that they're ready to receive that investment. Because I do think there are investors out there who want to support them and like what they're doing, but there's that added element. And people just need to be patient in some cases and really commit to growing those companies, because they're there for the long run. And I think there's also markets that we see where, for example, off-grid solar is not taken off, and there needs to be investment in the local companies that are more likely to be there.
Yeah. So one thing I want to follow up with there, and because I want to come to you, Daniel, because I think that where you're sitting, you have some of that capital that Kate's talking about, right?
The money.
So can you make that happen? But I think another disconnect is sometimes people don't know how to find those local companies, right? Yes. So what role can you play as that sort of bridge builder and to help provide some of that capacity development?
Yeah, I mean, we can provide that in sort of the role that the climate investment funds has historically played is not only this source of concessional capital that can help move MDBs like the World Bank and the regional development banks to do things that they haven't done before, but we can.
That's a pretty hard job though, right?
It is.
They don't like to do things.
No, not necessarily. But when you have cheap money, they're more interested in doing it, right? And so part of what we try to do is sort of within our structures and our requirements sort of push them in the right direction. So for example, we're talking about gender and social inclusion. We just recently took a decision this year for like all our energy projects moving forward, or most of them, need to have discussion of not just gender, which has been in place. We've had gender action plans in place since 2014, but now they need to talk about social inclusion. How will the projects incorporate social inclusion and just transition principles? Right. So, you know, when you have a little bit of leverage, making it not just mainstream, but like really a part of the fabric of operations in projects and things like that is the way to take advantage of it. And I mean, one example where we've had some success is in the Maldives, where we've been doing off-grid solar and batteries to help replace diesel generation. One of the projects that we helped support along with the World Bank had a gender action plan that basically provided the capacity building and the technical assistance to the utilities to help them reach out to women, to gender NGOs in country and others. They were able to do consultations on 88 different islands, incorporating 12,000 different people, and eventually they were able to hire 140 women to come and work in the utilities on these projects. So it happens, it can happen at small scale, and the idea is you do these initial pushes that then trickle through these large systems that you hope, you know, those changes aggregate.
I think what Daniel is saying is a really important point, how finance can help shape outcomes that are beyond returns. So I know a wonderful example in Turkey, for example, a financial institution required their power producer client to weave in certain gender indicators along their supply chain, and once they hit certain targets, they would lower the interest rate on the facility. And by doing that, you can start incentivizing incentives, right? We are all incentive driven.
We are
so you can, by doing that, you can start incentivizing the real economy to start paying attention to ESG issues. Yes.
So I want to talk about ESG a little bit more because, and I think sometimes there is a disconnect between the type of climate finance we're talking about in emerging markets, frontier markets, and the broader ESG discussion where a lot of the funds are not flowing to those markets. But we are seeing sort of an explosion of metrics and standards, et cetera. Do you think those can help drive the type of climate finance that we're talking about? Do they need to be adapted or changed? Obviously, they're changing. There's not one single standard. It's still a bit of a tricky and evolving space. There's potential for greenwashing. It's not easy. I get that. I know I'm asking a complex question, but can we see some of that financing, especially with big financial companies committing to net zero targets, starting to flow into these markets, and what needs to be done to sort of make that connection? Hari, do you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, sure. No, it's a great question. I'll start off my answer with a couple of positive notes. So first of all, I'd like to say that we've come a long way. I've been working in the climate finance and sustainability finance space for about 20 years. And we had a long drawn out discussion at the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, at the multinational level to talk about how to get to a manageable future, right? And Paris happened in 2015. In 2018, we had a voluntary disclosure in the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. And that's a voluntary standard, but it changed the dynamic overnight. In September 2018, when that report came out, from one day to the next, we had a discussion among governments at the UNFCCC that converted into a recognition from institutional investors that climate was a fiduciary responsibility and material for financial decision making. And that changed the conversation completely. And if we fast forward from 2018 to today, now we've moved from a voluntary disclosure environment into regulated disclosures. SFDR in Europe, the open commentary for the SSE disclosure, climate disclosure requirements in the US, which hopefully will make more headway, and it's going to be regulated soon. So I'd just like to say, while it's complicated, while it seems like it's taking a while it seems like there's lots of standards out there, the advancement in the last 4 years is actually pretty phenomenal. And if we compare 100 years ago to the standardization of accounting standards, just financial accounting, that took decades and decades. And I feel like we're going to get to a holistic and uniform accounting system for environment, social governance factors in a much shorter time frame. So I just want to put that out there as a positive attribute. I will say it is going to be hard though. And I think one of our biggest failures is combining environment, social, and governance factors into this ESG bubble, which is extremely broad. And it's very difficult to have one unifying score on ESG. And we saw that with Tesla's removal from the S&P, the sustainable index for the S&P 500, because they might perform decently on some aspects, but not so well on other social and governance aspects. And this is going to happen more and more, where companies focus on one element, say climate, but ignore the governance principles and equity principles that are important and integral for overall ESG performance. I think we're going to need to separate those out and try to figure out exactly how to address the climate issue, how to address other social and governance issues, and then think at a systems level about how those all integrate, but not in one unifying score as ESG, but as separate kind of components to achieve all 17 SDGs.
So actually, I share Harry's optimism on this, that I think it is getting better and better. But I think the focus is still, at least on the environmental side and the climate side, on carbon mitigation. And again, no issue with carbon mitigation. That should be where the focus is. But we really struggle to quantify or measure in any way that is useful adaptation and resilience, especially in an off-grid environment. And it's one of the things we see as blocking capital flows, because so many investors have a carbon requirement. And if you're looking at providing energy supply to an off-grid household, which is literally allowing them to own their energy source and giving them the kind of autonomy to own their energy source, they were previously using kerosene. Offset of kerosene, not a big carbon reduction. If they're in Kenya, offsetting grid usage, Kenya has one of the greenest grids in the world. So you're not going to get this big carbon reduction, but that doesn't mean it's not something extremely important to that household's ability to weather changes, to be able to manage that. So I think that's what we're always looking for. If anyone has really good metrics on that, please find me afterwards, because we're really trying to track
I do wonder, so you mentioned the TCFD. There's obviously a sort of parallel effort on the nature or biodiversity front, which I think can get at some of these issues. The TNFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and they recently, in the past couple of weeks, released a second draft of the framework. That's sort of moving along. It's expected September 2023 to be released. We'll see if we have the same sort of uptake and the changes we saw from the TCFD. But I mean, do you think that has the ability to help in addressing some of that?
Somewhat. I think it gets at the definitely the land use implications and things like that. But I think what we're really looking for is what's the benefit to that household of not being connected at the end of a very long grid line that gets knocked out every time there's a weather event. That's the piece of it. And I think there are other ways that you can look at the economic impacts of, say, building a seawall or other adaptation measures. But these are really at the household level, and I think that's what's been tricky for anyone to focus on.
Yeah. Maybe I could also echo, for the past 10 years, I've been advising the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, which is a network of 43 countries, central bankers, trade associations, ministries of finance. And we have seen, and what Harry is saying is correct from a policy perspective, you're seeing more IDA countries, global south countries, policymakers really making purposeful steps towards putting in sustainable finance roadmaps, green finance roadmaps. The sequencing is the issue. Do you do the taxonomies first, or do you get the demonstration transactions, or do you build capacity? So really that's what's the issue. On TCFD, I have a somewhat controversial view. Again, it speaks to the misalignment. If you look at the requirements, the metrics that are expected, the market has to be at a very elevated level of capacity when it comes, and the data has to be there. In Africa, policymakers are struggling with TCFD. There are aspects from a risk management, yes, but the other pillars, there's some challenges there. So I think, again, it has to be contextualized, right? And I remember how when my mom was growing up, she grew up literally in a forest. Her dad was a police officer. We were on the route for elephants. And every night and every morning they would come on the same route. Sometimes they would stop and knock down a house. Sometimes they would eat the bananas and the maize. So when you're telling this kind of a market, environment first before social, what is the carbon emissions for your trade? You realize that the context problem, right? So a lot of these global initiatives like TCFD is failing to pay attention to the context of the market. It's necessary, it's important, but I think sometimes we just need to contextualize and look at the priorities.
So important. And I think, I think one of the sort of debates that's arisen especially in the last year coming out of the COP, is this sort of tension between climate finance and carbon emission reduction goals.
Over people.
Over people and over economic development, particularly in Africa. We're seeing African leaders speak up and say, look, you're, especially in response to the Ukraine war, trying to exploit more gas resources in your country. And on the other hand, you're like, dire climate situation, cannot invest in the gas resources we have in our country when millions of people are without access to power. So, I think some of you maybe have different sort of opinions about where that tension lies. I know we've talked about this a little bit, but I'm curious how you think that plays out in this discussion, because it certainly is informing and influencing sort of the politics behind it, some of the things that are happening at the multilateral development banks, pressure from governments to sort of shift what DFIs are doing, and also how is that aligned with the people and the places where this investment is going? So I'm curious what you think about that and how, will it come to a head? What happens next on that front?
So I think, sorry.
No,
I've come from far, so I'm going to talk. So I think COVID has reminded us about humanity. And it has reminded us that you can't have finance without people. You can't have the environment without people. So the social aspect. So we talk a lot about ESG, but really it should be S first, before the G and the E. Because if individuals who are all self-motivated and we put our individual needs first before society, before the country, before the world, if the individual needs are not taken care of, then of course we're going to have governance issues, and of course the environment is going to be degraded. So I think COVID has reminded us that, because we saw how quickly economies are near collapse, how quickly governments are near defaulting on their commitments, because society is not taking care of education and health and trade in the informal sector. So I think, again, I want us to have an optimistic view, as much as I might not have sounded like it, but I think policymakers are paying attention. I think how economies are rebuilding back from the COVID situation is really thinking about issues around inclusion more. So we do thank such initiatives like Black Lives Matter, because we're reminding ourselves that life matters. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Well, I think for us it comes, I think you spot on and absolutely true. And I think for us it comes back to justice and equity, that you're looking, I mean, we work entirely in Africa right now, that it's a continent that's produced 2% of global emissions, and yet is not able to use all of its resources. And I think that's where, I mean, a bit back to the metrics, I'm sure everyone in this room talks about you can only fund what you can measure. But some of these issues are moral issues, and maybe it won't be easy to quantify what's the impact to that household to be able to have the right environmental standards or to be able to have energy access, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. And I think that's what it's a bit of a struggle with, is if it's not quantifiable, can we still fund it, and how do we make that case?
Great. Hari, did you want to?
Yeah, I completely agree with everything that's been said on this subject so far. 2 points I'd like to add. One is that I think the framing is really important. So I think the framing of either climate or sustainability or development and progress needs to be shifted into how do we find solutions where we can maximize or advance both. I think that much like the gender question that we were listening to in the previous session, climate needs to be integrated into everything that we do. But I think where we get confused is that we think that climate concerns need to be maximized in everything that we do, which is where we get that trade-off question. I think we need to integrate climate into all decisions that we make, and then understand that all those decisions exist in a system and in a contextual environment where you might have to make a trade-off decision for that household, Nuru, your example. I also think that if we don't integrate climate into everything that we do, then the short-term sort of trade-off decisions that we make will result in medium and long-term decisions that we no longer have the ability to make. Because without a stable climate where humanity can live, there is no more humanity and development and progress. So I think we need to really understand that what we're talking about here is not a trade-off in one point in time. It's the persistence of humanity on this planet in generations to come.
Great. Well, Can
I just add one small bit of optimism to wrap things up?
Please.
I mean, I think I agree with everything said. It's a real good discussion. I just want to add that the word has gotten out from what I've seen in sort of the past year, and we have donors, which, we get our money from sovereigns, from like G7 and other North countries, coming to us and saying, these are things that we want you to figure out how to track and measure. And maybe you can't find it with data, but we want to know co-benefits. We're interested in just transition. We want to make that happen. So when you're getting through big bureaucracies saying this is a priority, then the word is getting out, and so we can, move forward. Obviously, there will be a lot of stumbling along the way, but now we're in a place where we can all kind of head in that direction and try to find the best path forward.
Great. Well, thank you for ending us on a positive note, and thank all of you for joining us for this great conversation. We could talk for a lot longer, but we are out of time. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you guys are all stuck with me for a little while longer. We are going to talk a little bit about humanitarian finance. And this is a pretty big space. We're going to hear a little bit about creating a refugee lens for investment to try to drive finance to help people who are stuck in really protracted displacements. We're going to talk about how do you create innovative financing mechanisms to move finance quickly. We live in a world that has a growing number of conflicts, from the war in Ukraine to challenges in the Horn of Africa. The number of forcibly displaced people in the world today is over 100 million for the first time. And conflict and climate shocks, natural disasters, the pandemic, it's all driving increasing pressure on humanitarian aid budgets. There are growing unmet requests, strained donor resources. So we're going to talk about some of these challenges and some creative ways to fix that. To have this discussion with me, I'm going to invite Tim Docking, who's the CEO of the Refugee Investment Network, Dante Disparte, who's the Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy at Circle, and Christina Shapiro, UNICEF USA's Impact Fund for Children's President. Please join me. Well, welcome. Thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be together and be talking about a really important issue in this time and place. Christina, I want to start with you. One of the critical challenges and issues in responding to a humanitarian emergency is the need to move money quickly and immediately, often before we see the pledges come in, which sometimes take years. We know that. Sometimes they're not even fully pledged. And UNICEF USA has designed funds to help try to address that challenge. Can you tell me a little bit about the instruments that you're developing and you've been using, and sort of what you're exploring to try to drive more finance into the space to ensure that money is where it needs to be immediately, so that you can address challenges more quickly and more effectively?
Sure. Well, thank you again for having me today, and a pleasure to, I can't actually see all of you, but be here with all of you today. And you said it, I mean, time matters. Time equals lives saved. It equals savings in dollars and increased impact. And the key tool that we have designed and that has been around for the last 10 years to help UNICEF with those cash gaps is the Bridge Fund. And it fast tracks money to humanitarian contexts ahead of donor pledges and money coming in. And we know donors are incredibly generous, but it takes a beat or two for that money to arrive. And so we have, over the last 10 years, accelerated over $500 million to UNICEF in humanitarian settings to buy supplies and pre-position health supplies and ensure programs continue uninterrupted. And we've been able to do that by creating a revolving debt fund. And we've also managed to pay back every one of our dollars borrowed, so no defaults. And the context is really important. UNICEF, for those of you who don't know, has for 75 years relentlessly pursued the rights of every child in over 190 countries. And in refugee settings, those are some of the most complex situations for children. They're not in their homes. Most often, they're not in school. They don't have access to healthcare or immunization. And so ensuring that UNICEF has the dollars to provide those services as quickly as possible results in actual lives saved, right? So if you're able to get water, health supplies to those communities more quickly, they can recover more quickly. The savings piece is also important. By getting money to buy supplies and ship them ahead of time, often you're doing it at a lower cost basis, and those savings can be repositioned back to serve those communities. And maybe just one quick example is Ukraine. So very quickly, after the war started, in communication with our UNICEF colleagues, we knew that there was an effort to get money to set up the Blue Dot Centers in partnership with UNHCR. And so within a week and a half, we were able to accelerate millions of dollars. We've now accelerated over 20 million to help fund the Blue Dot Centers. There's 32 of them. And those are providing respite, information, guidance, child protection services to children and reunification services. So that's an example, and I could talk further about what we did in COVID. And there's another example, but let me pause there and give my colleagues.
We'll come back to that and get into
Yeah.
some of the details too, of sort of how you're mobilizing that financing and where it's coming from. Tim, you and I have known each other for quite a while. And we heard a little bit about the immediate response. What you're focused on is the long term.
That's right.
It's sort of this link between humanitarian finance and development. And we know that people who are displaced today are often displaced for many, many years. And so a big part of what you're figuring out is how do you support them in those places and support livelihoods, not just for them, but for the surrounding communities. So tell us a little bit about these sort of durable financing solutions that you're working on, the market that you're trying to build around refugee and displaced person funding.
Yeah, thanks, Adva. And thanks to everyone. The Refugee Investment Network was really established to be an investment intermediary. We're trying to create an impact investment field that's akin to gender lens investing, green investing, for example, investing in climate. The investment community is there. They're interested capital partners understand the why, but they don't know how. And so we've really stood up to answer that question. How do you source an investment? How do you measure impact? How do you mobilize capital in a way that has impact on a specified group? And as you pointed out in your intro, never has the problem been as serious as it is right now. Over 100 million people are forcibly displaced. With regards to the protracted displacement of people, the factoid there is that if you've been displaced for 5 years or longer, the average time you're displaced is 17 years. So people aren't going home either. And so that's what we're talking about here, these sorts of durable solutions that help people integrate into their society, both economically and socially, really needs some sort of facilitating mechanism. And so the RIN really works between the two sides. We're very much demand-driven. We have refugee investments. We have a lens that we promote, the refugee investing lens, similar again to the gender investing lens. So you can qualify everyone from a refugee entrepreneur to a multinational corporation that's intentionally engaging refugee populations and host communities. We're very strong on the support of host communities as well. And with the other side, the interested capital community, we're trying to create these mechanisms, funds, de-risking mechanisms, educating communities as well of investors so that they can mobilize capital in this sort of way.
Because these communities would be considered very high risk, right? I mean, it's people who, we know they might end up where they are for a while, but we don't know if they'll necessarily stay there.
Yeah.
They are often maybe outsiders in that community.
Mm-hmm.
They have gone through trauma often to get to where they are. So how do you look at, how do you convince investors who could probably find something else to invest in, maybe even cryptocurrencies, though maybe that right now, not such a safe bet, but how do you convince them that what they should be investing in, or what they can be investing in, or de-risking it to an extent that they're interested in investing in these?
You have to show opportunity. And our flagship report is called Paradigm Shift, and it's just filled with data that challenge some of these assumptions that forcibly displaced people are always on the move, they're not a safe credit risk, that they perhaps don't work as hard. It's absolutely the opposite of that. Displaced people are often extremely gritty, extremely loyal. They repay debt at the same rate or greater than their host community members. So we do this through data, through a set of facts, to show that there are safe bets in the entrepreneurial side, and with the impact, the human relation, the HR side of businesses as well, the impact is tremendous to bring these into the workforce. I mean, I think we try to work with data. You can't tell capital what to do, right? I mean, you have to show them where the opportunity lies and then let them make their own decision.
Dante, I want to turn to you. The last time we had Devex World in person was 4 years ago, and I don't think we would have been talking about cryptocurrency in a conversation about humanitarian finance. But here we are, because the world is changing. And I think people are often intimidated by digital currencies and what they mean and how they can be used. And so I'm hoping that you can tell us a little bit about what you see as the potential for digital currencies in the humanitarian finance space and what's worked so far. I know that you have a few examples of where, different ways that digital finance could be used.
That's a lighthearted question. Easy one to answer, though. Think about what you and I could not do pre-pandemic that we could only do in the pandemic where technology was the difference maker. Educational continuity hinged on technology to the extent you won the postal code lottery and you had access to the internet and you had access to Zoom and you had access to Google Meet. Your classroom, notwithstanding the burden you put on your teacher, continued. Think about all of the other things around the world that ground to a halt. Politics, government, business, household, payments, banking continuity, all ground to a halt. And so in the course of 1 year of COVID-19, we accelerated a decade of digital transformation. It still was heavily skewed. And then I asked myself, and I think this audience, will appreciate the reference to the first of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is to eradicate extreme poverty. If to do so hinges on brick and mortar, if that's the only pathway of banking unbanked populations is brick and mortar, then the way we have done it before has reached a point of diminishing returns. And so the idea then that underpins public blockchain infrastructure, most of which is open source, and that underpins responsible digital currency innovation is then a big idea, which is that every internet-connected device on the planet can become a part of a compliant payment endpoint. Device-centric banking, software intermediated capital markets. So the crypto in crypto comes from cryptography, which is the presumption that you could have activity on the internet that protects your privacy and that provides you assurances that it can be technologically trusted. Like any new evolution or revolution technologically, there's always bad actors. I work for a good actor. That good actor has a $55 billion digital currency that has processed $5.5 trillion of payments in a world where the transmission of value is flat, instant, and you could exchange with trusted counterparties. Profound implications for the movement of money in the humanitarian context, profound implications for the movement of money when people need it most. Speed matters and friction stands in the way. soft pledges stand in the way, government development aid stands in the way, and the fact that we've all hit this point of diminishing returns in the global economy stands in the way. There's only one bright spot in an otherwise pretty doom and gloom world, and that is whole of society breakthrough innovation, where technology itself is not a panacea, but it shows us where status quo and where incumbents have fallen short, and that's what we're doing with banking and payments.
So tell us a little bit, like, do you have an example? Help us understand, how could we use digital currency to respond to a humanitarian crisis, to Ukraine, for example?
Well, let me give you an example that's anchored in what is the alternative. Because oftentimes the crypto conversation tends to skew to headlines. Bitcoin value movements have nothing to do with the world that I care about. But what was the alternative to Afghanistan? If you were moving official development aid, you moved a pallet of cash, you flew it to the Bagram Air Base, and you effectively dropped a honeypot for corruption, bribery, and fraud that was untraceable and that could only be extended as far as your arm could reach, right? The alternative then is what we've done in Venezuela, the Circle. In Venezuela, we set up a network of instant cross-border corruption-resistant payments denominated in USDC that would reach the exact beneficiary.
For people who don't know, what is USDC?
Yeah, so USDC is Circle's digital currency. Today, it's the 4th largest digital currency in circulation, on a pathway to becoming the 3rd. And it's dollar denominated, which means it's treasuries and dollars in the American regulated banking system. It also means it's conforming to OFAC sanctions and FinCEN and financial privacy and all the other expectations.
And less volatile than some of the other cryptocurrencies?
Much less volatile, because the presumption is crypto's original sin was buyer's and spender's remorse. But the innovation is genuinely a breakthrough in the transmission of value in a hot, flat, and crowded world. This is a very powerful innovation for the speed and movement of money in a device-centric manner. It's available in 191 countries. It's a 4-year-old innovation available on an open digital wallet environment in 191 countries. So the job to be done, why I'm on the Devex stage and why I've partnered with Devex, is to say that our job then is to connect the dots. It's to accelerate a new digital humanitarian blueprint in which there's no longer an excuse for the United Nations to labor under, how do I get money to Ukrainian refugees? How do I get money to Afghanistan? How do I get money to Haiti? How do I get money to Puerto Rico? We had the 2nd longest blackout in history after Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines. And the United States, a fortress nation, couldn't move money to Puerto Rico fast enough to help people on the island. And so in a world where we have so few alternatives, and so many of the alternatives that we rely on are antiquated and are promoting financial exclusion, I think this is a very, very powerful revolution to connect all these dots.
I'm curious, Christina, what you think about that. Do you see an organization like UNICEF, and I actually know that UNICEF is exploring some of this, but do you think UN organizations are going to start looking to, maybe more stable cryptocurrencies and digital currencies to help provide funding?
Look, I think there's already the crypto fund within UNICEF that raises crypto donations through organizations like UNICEF USA, and then invests in crypto, so it doesn't convert it to fiat, in digital public good companies. So that is already happening. There are a lot of conversations around how to leverage technologies like Circle to accelerate the work that UNICEF is doing. Again, we still need the financing piece. We need to make sure the dollars that are going to come later can be given now. But then it's amazing if they can then be sent like this, right? You don't have to process a grant and then send a wire and then have it received and then have it confirmed. So I do think unquestionably UNICEF and other organizations are looking at that, but we have to make sure that we have, again, that it's safe, reliable, acceptable, that we can get those means there. And so we are using digital cash transfers in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, and I think we're exploring things like what Dante is saying as well.
Right. One question I wanted to put to you all, and we are running short on time because this is a big topic to cover in 20 minutes and virtually impossible. I think one of the challenges in this space with different forms of finance is that they're not often designed with an end user of a person who's displaced or a refugee or someone who's just suffered in the wake of a natural disaster. So the question I want to ask each of you is, how can the financing tools that we see today be sort of designed better or take into account the true needs of the populations that we're talking about when we're talking about humanitarian finance?
So a couple of thoughts. I think one is when the situation on the ground changes, the financial tools have to change with the situation. And my colleague Francesco in his flash talk was talking about how, and you said it, Tim, some of the populations that UNICEF is serving are not temporarily displaced. They're more permanently displaced, on average 9 years or more. Trucking and water, which might have been a solution on a temporary basis, is no longer a viable solution. So we need to really think about investing in building a water infrastructure that supports the community in that displaced community.
There's actually a really interesting example of that. ICRC in Goma is doing just that. And it's something that, they've sort of pushed and stretched themselves because it's not something that they've typically done, to support that infrastructure. But if you're responding to humanitarian crisis for a decade,
you have to change your ways. And investors and the financial community needs to evolve with us, right? So they have to think about, can I make a longer term commitment while the savings accrue so that we can do this with capital, not philanthropy? Can I be flexible to ensure that organizations like UNICEF have the means to decide where the funds can go rather than us dictating a particular geography or thematic? And also providing flexible funding options. For us, we're very sensitive to pricing, right? So being able to have lines of credit where we can draw money and repay it back as the money is needed and not is really important. So that's just 3 ideas.
Great. Tim, I'm curious what you think or maybe what you're hearing from people who have capital about what they need to jump into this space better.
That's right, Ava. I mean, we are very much investor-facing, and so we very much feel like, again, we're demand-driven. So the tools that we develop, the research we produce, the data we share, we feel like is really helping the field mature. I mean, again, I want to come back to this field-building idea to show people that there are investments out there where you can have impact, you can make return. Some of our partners are impact first, right? They're looking for their impact first, not so concerned with returns. Some are returns first. I mean, they have to be. The lens that we promote, which has been very much crowdsourced, is a very broad aperture. We learned from many of the people that worked in the gender investing space who said they sort of at the outset defined themselves out of investors. They made it too hard for capital to move into an area. We've kept it broad but impactful, and we'll measure impact there. And so we feel like that's a very much in-demand tool, framework for people to operate
So
with.
really creating a sort of thing that they understand already because they've used it to implement different types of financing and sort of learning to speak their language. And then traditional, providing the proof, having the track record.
And that's probably the most important thing that people may be wondering, are we seeing any evidence of this catching on? And we are. We're seeing a number of funds stand up. We're seeing the humanitarian community more broadly move into the fund space, the impact space. There's a lot of examples of that, and we're really excited by that. The field is moving.
Great. Well, that's pretty optimistic, which is great. I like optimism. It's kind of hard to find sometimes in this space. We are basically out of time, but Dante, I wanted to give you a chance for just a last word, if you wanted, about perhaps this design issue, because I know that's one of the things you're thinking about. How do you make digital currency accessible to people who maybe don't have a lot of digital or financial literacy?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I do have to end on an optimistic note, which is that if we collectively bend the arc of Moore's law in humanity's favor, then what do we get on the other side of it? We get a form of value that can convey with little more than a low-cost internet-connected device, and a form of value that can be in place before a disaster strikes or before any of the types of crises that we've been labored under as a planet. You can't buy insurance when your house is on fire, and a lot of the tools are already in the hands of billions of people around the world. What we need to do is just figure out how to connect the dots with purpose.
Great. Well, thank you all so much, and thank you.
Hi, everybody. You don't all need to run to the door. It's okay. We've got Nick O'Donoghue, head of the British International Investment, the UK's Development Finance Corporation, joining us on the TV screen from London. He should be up any minute. Hi, Nick. Can you hear me?
Hi, William. How are you? Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. So thanks so much for joining us, Nick. We're here with a largely American audience, so we'll just kick right off by giving a little background to the rebranding that you guys have gone through recently. So you were the CDC group. You're now standing for the Commonwealth Development Corporation. You're now British International Investment. Development has been dropped from your name. Some people are a bit worried about that. Do you think they should be?
No, I don't. I mean, obviously, you know, CDC, the CDC groups is the world's oldest development finance institution, started in 1948. So when you've had the same name broadly for 73, 74 years, obviously when it changes, that can be a bit of a shock to people. I mean, I think why we changed our name was relatively straightforward. I mean, first of all, because we're not the Center for Disease Control. And I think we were regularly confused. And you know, I am not the chief executive of the Center for Disease Control. So that was one reason. But I think more importantly, we first of all felt that, you know, we are the UK's development finance institution. And I think if you look at the other bilateral development finance institutions around the world, you'll find that just by looking at their name or their logo, it's pretty much, in pretty much every case, very recognizable whose money they represent. So I think we felt that we needed to be more identifiably British. And then in terms of British international investment, I think we wanted to capture the fact that the institution is now much more broad-based. You know, there's obviously a huge overlap, for example, between development finance and climate finance, but they're also very complementary. And so one of the things that we will be doing as part of our new 5-year strategy is having a much greater focus on climate finance, a much greater focus on helping companies transition to a greener economy. So we wanted to capture that. We wanted to capture that in our name. I mean, I think anybody who read our strategy document, which we published at the same time as the name change, will realize that development is still absolutely front and center and at the core of everything that that BII does today.
Great. Okay. I want to come back to you on the strategy, but I've got another question kind of relating to the political context. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says that the role of your organization is to provide alternative finance to China. She's being a bit more explicit about China now, and she calls China a malign actor. And how do you plan on going about doing that? And will it clash with your development objectives?
No, I don't think. Look, I'm not going to get involved in commenting on sort of individual on individual quotations from our foreign secretary. As I said, I think you know, BII, and if you read the strategy, you'll see very clearly that development lies at the core of that strategy. Any sort of, you know, any other narrative yeah, it's not something that I would necessarily recognize.
This is something the Foreign Secretary is saying repeatedly about your organization, though. You don't have any sort of...
No, I don't think that's actually correct, William. I don't think she said directly linked BII's activities with any sort of with a specific political narrative like that.
Okay, all right. The head of the IMF, Christina Georgieva, told us earlier today that there is a growing risk of a debt crisis, and there's also concerns about recession in some Western countries. How do you think that will affect BII's work and more broadly the development investment landscape, if those fears do pan out?
No, I think that the situation that the world, that the globe finds itself in today presents very significant threats for all of us, but particularly for the countries in which BII operates. You know, we are the UK's development finance institution. We focus exclusively on operating in Africa and in South Asia currently. Look, and I obviously travel extensively there. And when you go there, you can see first of all, we had the challenges that the COVID pandemic created in terms of its obviously health impact and its impact on economic development. And then more recently, the Ukraine crisis and specifically its impact on food security and energy security, and also the pressures that it's putting on many government budgets in particularly well, in Africa and indeed in South Asia. So obviously, from our, that makes development finance and the role of development finance even more important. I mean, our role is to step forward when other people are stepping back, and to provide funding and provide liquidity, provide investment capital to countries. And as you rightly say, many of these countries today are under strain. So therefore, what we do is even more important.
Given all these kind of converging crises and what they're shaping into, are you kind of flexible with it and leaning into a certain area of the strategy in kind of response to developing shocks and things like that? I'm not just thinking about climate, but perhaps food as well. Is there, are you happy to kind of be flexible in your investments as the landscape changes?
Yes, I think you have to remain flexible. On the other hand, you also have to recognize that organizations like BII are long-term investors. So we can't sort of chop and change. We work in 5-year strategy cycles with our government. We just ended one at the end of last year. We began one at the beginning of this year. And so that lays out obviously certain objectives for us. But I think within that, you can certainly tailor your approach to react to specific circumstances. So if you take the area of food security, for example, agriculture and supporting and helping increase productivity in agriculture, improving supply chains and so on, was always an important part of what BII, and in common with most development institutions, did. But I think as you look at what's happening in the world at the moment, you look at what's happening with food prices, you look at the impact that that's causing on really some of the most vulnerable countries and some of the most vulnerable people in those countries, you have to, as a development institution of any sort, and particularly as a development finance institution, you have to think about how can our capital be used to help fund improvements, for example, in productivity in agriculture, fund easier, ensure that food gets to market more easily, and all these things that can help alleviate some of the impacts that we're seeing from what's happening in Ukraine.
Okay. So let's talk a bit about climate finance. BII is basically the UK government's primary tool for distributing climate finance. You spent, I believe, 479 million on climate finance in 2021, according to your annual report, and you guys aim to spend around 30% of your or invest 30% of your capital in climate finance. I think that's right. You're moving into East Asia, kind of coinciding with the UK government's Indo-Pacific foreign policy tilt, and you're also moving into the Caribbean. You've got plans to do that. Could you just talk us through a little bit about how and where that money will be spent?
Yeah, so I think, as I said, climate finance is an integral part now of our investment strategy, and I think that you would find that if you talk to any bilateral development finance institution or any multilateral development finance institution, that helping economies, and remember that the countries that we are investing in are, first of all, didn't cause the climate crisis, and secondly, are among the most vulnerable, and the people in them the most vulnerable to climate change. So it's essential that we as development finance organizations try to provide capital in ways that will help both mitigate and alleviate that. So there are a couple of different broad investment themes. I mean, one is obviously helping to provide capital to support the growth of renewable energy. So whether that's wind or solar or geothermal or hydro, all of those things require significant amounts of capital, and we need to play a part in that. But I think what's probably more important is that we need to not just be doing the same things as everybody else is doing. Obviously, we need a lot of capital to support the growth of wind, solar, and so on. But we also need a lot of capital to go out and do some of the riskier things. So the riskier things in the climate change world are early investments in green hydrogen, for example, early investments in support for battery storage projects, support for electric vehicles, support for electric vehicle infrastructure. All of these things are critically important. They're, I think, a little bit more at the cutting edge than just what are now really becoming almost plain vanilla sort of utility scale solar. So we do both, but we're definitely, we see our responsibility as really supporting innovation, supporting the newer solutions.
Fantastic. Nick, I'm so sorry to cut you off there, but we're running out of time. We really appreciate you joining us and sharing BII's plans for the future. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, William. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
So, ladies and gents, I'm glad some of you stuck around. That was Nick O'Donoghue, Chief Executive of the British International Investment. How was that?
That was great.
Cool.
Yeah.
Have you had a good time?
I've had a great time. What about you guys? Well, mostly my fault. We've run a little bit long, so we are going to keep our closing remarks very short. And just to say thank you for joining us for this conversation. If you're in this room, you'd probably be interested in the Devex Invested newsletter, all about development finance. I am going to plug it for a second time in this session. Some of you might not have been here at the top. So please sign up. And stay tuned. The other big news that we can tell you today is that we will be hosting our annual event about the future of development finance in person again this year. It'll be in London in October, so keep your eyes out for that. And we hope you'll join the two of us there.
Hope to see you there, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Please take your seats. The program for the Kogod continues shortly.
Next half an hour. It's a good look. Now that would be a good show. Why is there so many empty seats? I don't know. Well, that's a good look. We have a hunger crisis because I ate all the food.
Please welcome co-founder of Seeing, Yusuf Omar.
Hi! Thank you so much for everyone who's joined for a second sesh after the first keynote. And for those that are new, hello, welcome, thank you so much. It's going to be not quite as fast as the first one. The first one, I realized I had a 10-minute speech, but I actually had a 30 minutes worth of things to say. So I was like, ah! Now I can like kind of spread it out a little bit and deliver a proper story. I've traveled a long way to be here. I flew all the way from Australia, arrived yesterday, flying back on Thursday, spending more time in airplanes than I am on the ground. It's a long way. But I've come with a message, and it's a message that all of us, the communities that we work with and ourselves, we have a Ferrari in our pockets, right? These mobile phones, but we're driving them in first gear. And if we can unlock the potential of mobile journalism, of mobile storytelling, we can fundamentally change the way we communicate with people. We can move away from this idea of just focusing on projects, but go back to people themselves and understand what's really going on. My journey into this started right back in 2010. I wanted to be a foreign correspondent. I wanted to tell stories of wars and natural disasters, and every organization that I spoke to, and some of you are in this room, I emailed you, you didn't reply, they basically said, you're too young, you have enough experience, we don't have budget. So in 2010, I started hitchhiking on my own from South Africa to Syria, from Durban to Damascus, up the east coast of Africa. And it challenged every misconception I ever had of the continent, right? Like I'd watched Blood Diamond with Leonardo DiCaprio, South African accent. I am Denny Archer, A-R-C-H-E-R. And in fact, the African continent was stories of hope and aspiration. It was some of the fastest growing economies in the world. I saw incredible stories. I never felt afraid at any stage in my entire journey. Far from it. Kind of been the start of my journey. It was learning to become this one woman or one man band storyteller, this mojo, this mobile journalist. In this session, you're going to learn a little bit about how to find your mojo. How to find your mojo. And I know your salary and paycheck is way too senior to be the ones on the ground telling stories with mobile devices. But I hope you'll come out of the session with appreciation of the potential and the possibilities so that you can go back to your teams and you can say, hey, we can do this. It's super easy. It's super fast. It's not going to spend any CapEx budget, and we're going to massively be able to scale the amount of video content we produce, right? At no cost, simply by inspiring your team to start thinking about mobile stories on their devices. I didn't really introduce myself in the last session, but I am a co-founder of a company called Scene. We are a publisher. We tell stories about people creating positive change. We have 10 shows on Snapchat. We have 5 million subscribers. And I'll just give you a quick idea of kind of how we work. We aspire to be the world's most immersive storytelling company. I really believe if you can immerse somebody in an experience, you can create more empathy and understanding, right? You can create a real human connection. And I'm going to be speaking a little bit about immersiveness, and you'll see my crazy sunglasses a little bit later. But this is an idea of what we do. This is an idea of some of the shows that we publish and kind of why we exist, to help communities feel seen. Whoops. Let's try that with audio. Are you guys getting audio in the back? No, not you. I know you're not getting audio. I mean, the team in the. Let me try it with another video just to confirm it's. Let's see if you're getting audio on this one. I know there's no audio. We can come back to it. I will talk for a little while. I'm going to keep playing this while you guys try. So effectively, I want you guys to think about a massive iceberg. Team as well in the back, I can also airdrop this to you if we don't get audio through the HDMI. Imagine a massive iceberg, and that iceberg represents all of the mobile footage that exists in the world today, right? Billions and billions of people with mobile phones telling stories. At the moment, only the stuff at the very top of the iceberg is being seen, the stuff that's going viral. And that's generally one of two things. It's either the really funny stuff, like Chewbacca Mom or somebody having a fail video, or it's the really fucked up stuff. It's the terror attacks, it's the really negative stuff. That's the stuff that's bubbling to the top of our social media feeds, above the surface of this iceberg. But below the surface is amazing stories. That's the really good stuff. And nobody's tapping into it. And the idea is if you can just lift those stories up, if you can train people to tell their own stories, you can suddenly get access to infinite amounts of content. My organization, Scene, it's a cool video, even with the audio off, I'll play it again just so you guys can work out the audio if you can. We produce 1,000 videos a year. Massively scalable. It's a really, really simple way to produce stories all over the world at incredibly low costs, simply by enabling communities to tell their own stories. That's the iceberg I was speaking to you about. I want you to think about 3 key pillars. And I used to work at CNN International. This is how they broke down their social media strategy, and it's what I've taken forward into our own company. And that's thinking about your social strategy in terms of social discovery, which is how to find amazing stories. Social publishing, which is how to produce those stories, put them together. And social engagement, which is how to make those stories go viral. Often, we spend way too much time only thinking about the second one. We're like, oh, what piece of content are we going to make? Not enough time thinking about up the top, what kind of story are we going to find? And certainly not enough time on number 3, which is how are we going to share this story? How are we going to spread it? So I'm going to break down this workshop in those 3 sections, starting with social discovery. So when we started to scale, I mentioned some of you earlier, we started the pandemic with 2 staff. My wife and I, we're now 100 staff, so we've grown very quickly. When that happens, you suddenly have a bunch of new folks, and they don't really know what's going on. And we were going from like 1 piece of content a week to, as I said, like 1,000 videos a year. So we massively increased the amount of videos. And in doing that, we started doing everything. I started doing funny cat videos. I was doing stuff on UFC fighting, and our audience plummeted. They absolutely nosedived because we totally lost touch with who we are. And it's the same thing when you're thinking about your digital strategy and specifically video. You should have a checklist. We are this and this and this, and we are not this and this and this. And all of your field producers, your people on the ground, mark their stories against that checklist and say, yes, does it tick all these boxes? This is the kind of story that we tell at World Vision. This is the kind of story that we tell at UNHCR. So for us, our checklist is stuff like this. Is it factually accurate? Can we verify it? Is it unique, right? We're not going to try and compete with the BBC or those kinds of folks to be the first to deliver the story. Is it an unheard voice? Is it educational? Like, it's really important to have that TIL moment. Today I learned something. Hey. Yeah, let me do that. I'll just airdrop this whole thing while I'm...
Yeah, it's going to be the MacBook 122.
MacBook 1. Will you steal me 5 more minutes? Do you guys mind? No? MacBook 1.
FVP 12.
We've got lots of MacBooks.
So many MacBooks. And not
I love working in rich countries where the problem is that there's too many MacBooks. There's 162 of them, obviously, because 161 was taken. Let me, I'll click on all of these, and somebody will get my presentation. One of you have just been the proud winner of a keynote presentation about mobile journalism. I think that can do that in the background. I don't actually care. I can speak this out. If it comes, it comes. Educational. It's got to have a Today I Learned moment. If your piece of content doesn't have an educational Today I Learned, and that's a Reddit acronym, what are we doing here? You've got to quiz your teams on that. Relevance. Who are you relevant to? So from our audience, we're talking to 13 to 24-year-olds in the US. Any story that we get pitched, is it relevant to a 13 to 24-year-old in the US? And finally, is it constructive? I don't just want to focus on problems in the world. I want to look at solutions, organizations, and ways that we're making it better. If I had to summarize a good video into 3 things, this is what we call the banger video format. It needs to have these 3 things. And when I'm working with NGOs and NPOs and partners, and we're working on stories together, we'll push really hard to make sure we hit these 3 things, because otherwise it's really difficult for us to make sure that video reaches millions of people. 1, is it visual? And when I say visual, I mean, is it truly visual? Like, for example, we were working recently on a story on the African continent that were blind. Does that sound visual to you, blind cyclists? That's what I thought. It's not. A blind cyclist looks a lot like a normal cyclist. Like, there's not a whole lot of difference in terms visually, right? So is the story visual? Is there a bunch of verbs? 2, do people actually give a shit? Like, do they care? How do we make people care? How do we make the story matter? And the 3rd one, the really interesting one for social, is it debatable? Right? Right now in the US, Roe v. Wade, there's so many gun reform, there's so many debatable topics. Debatable topics are really good for digital, right? It engages audiences, we have conversations, because otherwise we're just talking to ourselves, right? So ask yourself these 3 questions. In terms of social discovery tools to help you find amazing stories, there's a bunch. CrowdTangle is amazing. CrowdTangle will look, it's owned by Facebook, it's free. It'll look at your competitive set, at other people in your space around your page, and it will tell you if their content is under or overperforming compared to what they normally publish. That's really useful data. Reddit, described as the front page of the internet, a lot of memes, GIFs go viral on Reddit long before you find them on other platforms. Facebook Live, you can find really cool stories there. TweetDeck, anyone using Twitter? Twitter gives you 1 feed. TweetDeck will allow you to have multiple feeds at one time. So just say you're working on reproductive rights in Uganda. You could say, show me every time people use the word Uganda and reproductive rights, and that's my feed for that. So you almost have like a dashboard that's always presently updating with that kind of stuff. In terms of verification tools, also incredibly important, right? If you're working with citizens and communities and they're telling stories, you've got to be able to fact check and verify them. I'm not going to go through these in great length, but these are a couple of tools that are really useful. I don't think we have audio, so I'm going to skip past these. These are just examples of some of the stories that we've produced out of Ukraine covering the war. All kinds of stories from communities. It's important to emphasize that these are not random pieces of user-generated content that you find online. This is identifying a character discovery and empowering them to tell a story, giving them skills, training, augmented reality lenses and effects that assist them in the storytelling process. This particular story was about Black African migrants that were struggling to get out of Ukraine, right? Racism when they arrived at the border with Poland, etc. Okay, so that was my first chapter, which is social discovery, finding amazing stories. Now we want to talk about social publishing. How do you actually create those stories, put them together? Has anyone read the YouTube Creators Playbook? No? Okay, so basically you can think about 3 types of content in your video strategy. And those 3 types of content are hygiene, hub, and hero. Your hygiene content is the stuff you publish every day on your social platforms. It's engaging your existing audience. It's your Twitter, it's your Instagram stories, it's your newsletter, it's, you know, the stuff that you're doing on a daily basis. Does that stuff bring in 1 million new followers? No, probably not, right? But it engages your existing community. So that's your hub content. You might do 7 of those pieces a week. That's your hygiene content. Your hub content is highly searchable and evergreen. So for example, 5 things you need to know about the Sahel crisis, right? Highly searchable, evergreen, will be relevant for a while to come. People can find it out. It's hygiene, it's informational content. That you might do, say, once a week. It's an explainer piece. So for example, hygiene in the bottom column in the context of this summit would be somebody tweeting about what I'm speaking about. The hub content would be someone saying, top 5 things you need to know about developmental storytelling from what I learned at Devex, right? It's the explainer piece. The hero content, that's your documentary series. That's your investigative piece. That's the piece that you're spending a lot of time on. You might put out 1 a month. Hopefully that goes really viral, right? So this just gives you an idea about how you strategize around your digital content strategy around social publishing. Because otherwise, most communications teams think everything is a hero piece, right? And then they're surprised when everything doesn't go viral. It's like, no, you've got to plan for it. Into the basics of filming with mobile devices if you're working with communities that are doing this. So first up, orientation. Not your sexual orientation, your mobile orientation. So the worst thing we want to see is somebody who's filmed half a video like this and the other half like this, right? That's kind of like when my mom sends me videos. Like, it's all over the place. If you are filming vertical, stay vertical. If you're filming landscape, stay landscape. Which one should we use? Depends which platforms you're working for, right? If you're working on formats that are lean back experiences. When I'm watching Netflix, am I leaning forward or leaning back? You're leaning back, right? If I'm watching YouTube, leaning back. What about if I'm on Instagram stories or Twitter? Lean forward, right? You're engaging. That's how we think about, who's messaging me? That's how we think about, this is really risky. That's how we think about, I'm actually going to put this on Do Not Disturb. That's how we think about vertical versus landscape, right? Lean forward, vertical, lean back, landscape. But stick to one orientation throughout. I would highly recommend a focus, and this sector doesn't do enough of it, on vertical. Vertical is where it's at. Like, the big growth markets right now are Instagram Reels, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube Shorts. It's all vertical content. It's a huge, huge opportunity. And if you're not doing vertical right now, you're potentially missing out on a great opportunity. Moving along. Audio quality. This is where you're going to come undone. If you're working with citizens and your communities to tell stories, the visuals we can fix. If it's shaky, we can stabilize it. If the colors are bad, we can fix it. If the audio is there is nothing I can do to repair that in post. Like, nothing. It's gone. Bad audio is bad. How do we fix that? Simple stuff. Just teach communities to avoid being next to a tractor or air conditioning unit when they're filming their videos. Teach communities that if I'm filming and interviewing you here, my mic is far away. Get close. It's really, really simple. You know, everyone has a pair of, even in the most marginalized communities, everyone has a pair of earphones, right, with a wire. That earphones has a microphone on it. That microphone is a really effective way to do interviews. They can actually interview each other with that microphone, with your earphones. So audio is really important. Give it attention. Lighting. Empower communities to basically say, where's the light? Okay, light's here. Make sure it's behind the camera. Where's the sun? Sun's there. Make sure it's behind the camera. That simple. Rule of thirds, that kind of stuff, a little bit traditional. Framing. If you are interviewing somebody who's talking about sex education in Zimbabwe, I want to see things that are related to sex education behind that individual. If I was, for example, this is Aurelia here. If I was filming Aurelia here, well, one, shooting down on her, she looks weak, I look strong, but two, there's no context, right? I can't see what's happening here. Framing is about saying, I'm going to be here. Way more information, right? I can see we're in a cohort, I can see people are in masks. What is going on, by the way? America was never this serious about masks, like ever. Like when the rest of the world were like, we should wear masks, you guys were like, no. And now you're all wearing masks. What is going on? A variety of shots. Citizens often shoot everything wide. They don't get details. They shoot everything wide. So for example, coming back to Aurelia here, a citizen will shoot everything here. They'll be like, this is the water pump, this is our project, blah, 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 blah. What we actually want to do is come in close. I want to get details. I want to see the back of the phone. That's a cool case. You want to get those details. Aurelia works on my team, so yeah. And sequences. Citizens don't think in terms of sequences. They just don't think that way. But we need sequences to produce compelling video. If you make a cup of coffee, what's the first thing that you do? Well, I know you guys, you go to Starbucks. But most of us will fill up a kettle. Do Americans even use kettles? Yeah? Yeah. Coffee machines. There's no kettles here. Well, first thing you just fill up your kettle, then you get your mug out, and etc. There's a series of steps, a sequence that happens. Same thing with video, right? You need to think about a sequence of events. If a community are drilling a borehole, there's a sequence. Step 1 should be a really dry ground. Step 2 should be identifying where to find the borehole. Step 3 should be preparing the drill. And we need to get communities to think in terms of those sequences, because otherwise you just end up with a video of the finished product. And it's like, what do we make with that? We don't have enough here to make a video. Here's some really cool video editing apps that I use, just to run you guys through them. Starting from the top bottom left, LumaFusion is quite expensive. It's like $20. I don't get paid by any of these folks. Neither do I get paid by Devex. But LumaFusion is like $20. It's a video editing app. It's very good. WeVideo is free, also pretty good. Quick is owned by GoPro. It's like a monthly fee. That does really short explainer videos. KindMaster works on Android and iOS. It's a linear video editing app. PowerDirector is very similar. iMovie is free if you're on an iPhone. Pretty decent, but not so good if you want to export verticals and other formats. And Splice is another explainer video editing app. I don't have audio, but nonetheless, I'll show you how easy it is for me to produce a video. If I was doing a video of you guys right now, I'd basically start with a piece of the camera. I'd be like, hey, I'm doing this workshop here with the amazing folks at Devex. Say hello, everyone. I'm going to show them how to do overlay, like show them what a white chair looks like, show them what people on phones look like, and show them what masks look like. So I've obviously spoken about the white chair, so I'd get a shot of the white chair. Boop, 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 boop. I've spoken about phones, so I'd get a shot of somebody on their phone, like Aurelia, like so. And I've spoken about masks, so we get, this is a colorful mask. Cool mask. All right, so if I was going to edit something like this, I would basically take it into, and apologies, you'll have to use your imagination for audio, but you get the idea. I'd take it into a video editing app like this, and I'd basically start with where I was speaking to camera. That's the first thing I would lay down, right? So there's me speaking to camera. You guys all say hello. I then speak about the white chair, so I would overlay the white chair on top of that. I then spoke about the masks, or I think I spoke about the phone next, and then I spoke about the masks. And that's it. Like, that's the end. Like, that's basically a video produced. That's, if any of you are familiar with video editing, that's a timeline. You've got your B-roll on top. I might add some music at the bottom. But you've basically very, very quickly been able to produce a pretty decent quality video, right? 2 channels, add some subtitles, add some music, and you're away. That's your finished video. I'm still speaking below this bit, right? Professional quality video on a mobile device is super easy. All right. Continuing down my list, social engagement, how to make stories go viral, right? So you've found an amazing story using social discovery techniques. You've produced the amazing story by shooting and editing it with a mobile device and using all those techniques. Now, how do you make it go viral? The first thing is you need to really think about how that story is structured. It is so important to optimize for the opening 3 seconds and even more so for the opening frame. Our generation are like, they're too quick to swipe. They're too quick to move on. It's like they're on Tinder but watching your content, right? And there's Kim Kardashian and funny cat videos, and you want me to watch something really important on the SDGs. You need to grab my attention in the opening 3 seconds with something incredibly visual or incredibly provocative right up top. There's no time for a logo of your brand. There's no time for, hey, I'm Jane from this organization or that organization. Get straight into the most important part of your story right up the top. It's so, so important if you're going to grab attention is to do it in the opening 3 seconds. So live video is a great option as well if you're working in terms of engagement. It's really underutilized in this sector, and it's got huge potential. To smash through 10 tips for live video really quickly, the first one is to create suspense, right? Why do we watch sports? Why do we watch Wimbledon live? It's because you don't know who's going to win, hopefully, unless somebody's rigged it. But suspense is important. It's the same thing with a live video. There's no point of doing a live unless there's some form of suspense, unless there's some kind of differentials of what might happen at the end of that piece of content. The second is engagement. It's not television. If you're live on Instagram, it's a two-way conversation. Use that comment section engagement to drive what's happening in the video. Somebody could be asking questions and you can respond to it in the video, etc. If you're at that intersection of suspense and engagement, that's the really good stuff. That's really where it gets interesting. The third is get out of the studio. You don't need to shoot live videos for socials at your office. If you're talking about a region around the world, go live at that region. Enable that community to go live themselves. 4, change the format. It doesn't have to be static reporters, hey, we're live here. You could do it in a car. You could do it on the back of a motorbike. There's so many different ways you could go live. 5, schedule. Let your audience know well in advance that you're going live. If you're going live at 5 p.m., let your audience know at 2 p.m., right? Give them an opportunity to be there. 6, good internet is really handy, right? If you have 4G or 5G or Wi-Fi, another really good option if you're trying to go live from a really remote area is to have 2 phones with 2 different cellular networks and hotspot one onto the other. And then on the phone that you're going live on, enable Wi-Fi assist in the settings. And the phone will basically say, hey, I'm going to either take the Wi-Fi or the cellular, whichever one's stronger. Next, introduce the subject often. On our videos, we have pretty good watch time. We get about 1 minute, 1 minute 20 watch time, 30, 40% of the narrative. On a live video, our watch time is like 7 seconds. People are coming and going all the time. It's a bit like radio. You know, when you're listening to the radio, they're constantly, hey, if you're just joining us, we're talking about this and this and this. That's my American accent. Reset the stage. Continually reintroduce what this topic is. Hey, if you're just joining us, we're talking about food security. If you're just joining us, continually reintroduce. Where possible, try and add text. The majority of the audience are not listening to the audio. It's where you'll find us subtitling all of our videos, but even in live content, you can create boards and that kind of stuff. Time. Don't be afraid to go long. Go for at least 10 minutes. Give people an opportunity to be there. And finally, be cautious. When you're going live, your audience is seeing it for the first time as you. I was once in South Africa when xenophobic uprisings were happening, right? Foreign nationals were being set on fire with tires. And we raided this hostel with the police of these men that were suspected of carrying out these crimes. And I went live on social media. And effectively, they were pulling dudes out of bed and searching them. And we were showing their faces, but they were innocent until proven guilty, right? So you've got to be super, super careful when you're live in terms of what you disclose. thumbnails are so important. Thumbnails are like 50 or 60% of the battle. You can do the most amazing video, but if you haven't thought about the thumbnails and headlines, you're not going to win. This is a piece I did around this dude called the King of Condoms. Anyone heard of him? He's a cool dude. He's in Kenya. He drives around the informal settlements with like 7,000 condoms in his car. Which headline do you think performed best? Reckon the first one? Yeah, you're totally right. I always wondered whether they thought it was my condoms or his in that picture. In short, one of the things we're really focused on, and I would really emphasize you to remember, if you remember something after meeting us and joining these sessions, the world is moving incredibly fast. Can I grab that bag? Thank you. Thank you so much. I've been wearing cameras on my face every day of my life since 2016, right? Like, these are cameras. But they're not just cameras, they're screens. I have screens in here and information. I can look up and see the weather, directions, whatever, a whole bunch of stuff. By 2030, every single person in this room will be wearing a computer on their face. All of us will. Across the world. And it is an incredible future. I'm really excited about it. We're not going to be looking down at the world. We're not going to be walking around like this. It's not going to be like a casino in your face. It's going to be cool. It's going to be subtle and amazing. That thing turned on. In that future, we're going to create amazing stories which create more empathy and understanding. In order to prepare for that, we have to be making those investments today. It's a huge jump. This whole jump into the metaverse, and you're hearing so many versions of the metaverse, right? Mark Zuckerberg playing poker in space. That's not the interesting metaverse for me. The interesting metaverse for me is our real physical world, our shared space, and how we overlay the internet onto that space. But we have to make those investments today. Augmented reality is that future. It starts with thinking about wearable storytelling. We did this story, for example, with wearables, where we looked at kids with this kid had one arm and was playing American football. You then, once you think about capturing through faces, you then think about overlaying information onto the world. So in Cape Town, South Africa, we created an experience where you can walk around with glasses or phone, and colonial statues come to life and start telling you that they were actually racist assholes. So you can basically point your phone at them, and the colonial guy's like, I'm an amazing general. And then the horse was like, no, bro, you're a racist. And this is where storytelling is going. It's a really amazing, beautiful, and it's going to happen. And it's an amazing space for organizations to start thinking about. We did another one in Boston where we overlaid all of the historical images onto the city. So you could walk around and see the women's suffragette movement. You could walk around and see the first woman to run the Boston Marathon and attempts to pull her off the race. And you could hear poets that are reciting what's happening around you. I created another one where I'm born and raised as a Muslim. My entire life I've prayed in Arabic. I don't understand one word of Arabic. My whole life I'm praying in a language I don't understand. We created an experience where you could see the Quran in English while you're praying, so you understood what was happening. Literally not gimmicky. This is like tangible stuff that is improving lives, has incredible potential, and has so much opportunity in the social good work that you're all doing. We work with so many partners around the world. We work with World Vision, Oxfam, Plan International. All of these organizations support the incredible journalism that we're doing. These are some of the tips that I've given you over the course of this session. Videos, everything. Focus on solutions, train communities, create professional quality user-generated content, develop storytelling toolkits, invest in AR, prepare for wearables, and together we can create a more empathetic and understanding future. Thank you so much for your time.
Please take your seats. The program for the Kogod continues shortly. Please take your seats. The program for the Kogod continues shortly. Please welcome Devex senior reporter Michael Igo.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see you. Great to see you again, many of you. I hope it's been an exciting day. I hope you've learned a lot and been able to make some great connections. I'm Michael Igo, senior reporter with Devex, a member of the news team, and I write our Devex Newswire, which hopefully many of you receive in your inbox every day. Always love to hear whether it's useful, what could be more useful. Hope to connect with many of you at some point today. I'm really excited about this conversation with Dr. Deborah Birx. It's funny, you know, I was here in 2018 when we put this event on then. To walk back in today or yesterday when we were doing some setup, in some ways it felt like time had kind of frozen, or maybe the past 4 years hadn't really happened, or I'm not really sure what was going on. And it's, you know, I think that is very pertinent to the conversation that we're having today, because certainly Debbie Birx was someone who was already very familiar to this community in 2018 as the head of PEPFAR, the US Global AIDS Coordinator, and then suddenly in early 2020 became a household name throughout the country, and took on this role that really, you know, was at the heart of what this country and the entire world has been going through for the last 3 years. That's a lot to reflect on, and she's recently done that in a book, which I encourage all of you to read. It's a pretty unique behind-the-scenes look at how the pandemic response played out in the White House in the United States, and what she saw from her incredibly privileged perch in that process. We're going to talk a bit about that. We're going to talk about the future of global health security and pandemic preparedness. Join me in welcoming Debbie Birx to the stage.
Okay. Ooh, the mic started to work immediately.
Yeah, they're good at that.
Good audio visuals today.
Yes. Debbie, thanks so much for being here. It's great to see you.
Thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled that you all are here too, and we're not on a Zoom.
And these are familiar faces from a long time back, I think. You know, obviously your role in PEPFAR, you were driving a lot of the global health agenda, and I was just sort of speaking about this moment when you stepped out of that role and into the role of...
Well, I kept that role because, you know,
excuse me,
you know how I am.
Yes, yes, of course. But refocus your attention, or focus your attention on the pandemic response from the White House. You know, you've written this book, which goes into great detail and is a really I mean, from a reporter's perspective, it's all the things that I wish someone had told me at the time so that we could have scooped your book. But unfortunately, I understand why that wasn't possible. Let's just jump right into it and address the elephant in the room. A lot of the media coverage of your book has focused on this question of, did you prolong a broken pandemic response by being part of it, or did you work nobly inside of a broken pandemic response to fix it? I'm really curious to get your latest thinking on that question, but maybe more for this audience. You were a global health leader. You stepped into this role in the White House. Did you miscalculate the translatability of that global health experience within the context of the Trump White House?
So I'm going to start there, because that's really an incredible question. And I kept saying to myself, why are they asking me to come? Really, because I said no many, many, many times. But
sorry.
And I was in South Africa. We were in the middle of our big PEPFAR meeting, which is so important to me personally. When you work in Africa and Asia, but for the Global Fund and PEPFAR, you realize what a pandemic can do and how destructive it is. And when everybody kept talking about containment and following people with symptoms, and I knew that wasn't going to work, I kept sending that to the colleagues that I knew that were on the task force, but nothing was happening. And finally, they just said, it's not going to happen unless you come back here and push. And I think, in my perspective, I just thought it would be no different than what advocates do every day. They stay and fight in their countries when it's really hard. And they stay and work with governments that are very dangerous for others. And I think that was important to me. Plus, I knew if I didn't, what the options were, and you all saw what the other option was. It was Scott Atlas. And so it wasn't a matter of maintaining the status quo. Those of you who know me know I came back with a list of 5 things. I always have lists that we have to get done. Every PEPFAR meeting, I have a list, very clear list. And I knew that there are policy adjustments we had to make, just like I knew there are policy adjustments we needed to make in sub-Saharan Africa. And we got 90% of those over 7 years. It was tough, the last one being informal fees that everybody said in West Africa would never change. But you can't accept that. You can never accept the status quo as the way things are. So I didn't accept the status quo of our pandemic response. And number one on my list was communication, consistency of communication, because that's all you have in a pandemic when you don't have other tools. And then getting testing up. Because I'm going to be frank, I was horrified that the United States had not expanded testing when every other country had. And we had stayed in this mode. We were only going to test through our public health laboratories. Now, you probably don't even know where your public health laboratory is. And I thought that was a moment in time, and our agencies would have learned. But it's the same thing they did with monkeypox. So we're not learning. 2.5 years in, we did the same thing with monkeypox. We were going to test only in our public health laboratories. I don't know any gay man who knows where the public health laboratory is. I mean, it's like they don't realize that you have to talk to the community. And you have to make it so the community can utilize the tools. It's not slogans. It's about implementation. Yeah. And I think that's the one thing that you all have. You all know how to implement. Believe it or not, our agencies have been so far removed and so ethereal that they no longer know how to implement things domestically.
We're going to dive into a lot of that, particularly this question about what's wrong with the institutions that exist today and what needs to happen to allow them to be in a position to provide pandemic preparedness in the future. But let me just push on this. You were known as someone who would get things done at PEPFAR. I think in the book you write about that a lot, your willingness to push, your willingness to have the difficult conversation, to be in a room with a world leader who's saying something completely wrong and crazy, and to find a way to correct that action and that message. What was different in the White House? Was it simply the persona of President Trump and his team? Was it the way that that institution functioned and its culture? Or was there something else going on that made it more difficult to be that person?
Well, you know, you can see it in the, I don't know how many are watching the January 6th committee, you know, and I feel for the people when they're talking, and when I actually feel for Scipione and the Department of Justice, but they only had to do that for 2 months. We had to do that for 12. I mean, it's exactly what is being described is exactly how the White House functioned. There were all of these people always coming in from the outside, walking into the Oval Office and, you know, spouting what the president wanted to hear. And then that would come back to me of saying, experts say we can do it this way. Now, fortunately, I had Vice President Pence, who, when I said to him, what worked in PEPFAR, what works in malaria and TB and HIV is getting it to community levels, so let me go to the communities, and let me go to the governors, and let me go to the mayors, and I'll work at that level. Because by that time, Scott Atlas had amazing influence in the Oval Office, and I wasn't going to change the president's rhetoric, but I could change how we programmed on the ground.
I want to highlight what you're saying there, which is that the programs that the US government leads and implements in low and middle income countries to tackle other pandemics, HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria, had, as you write in the book, oftentimes better data systems,
yes,
better implementation,
yes,
and better understanding and knowledge and communication from the communities where they operated than what you encountered when you got to the White House and saw the situation in the United States.
I kept saying, where's the secret data? There has to be. I literally got an Excel spreadsheet that said case numbers on it. Static. No. I was like, this is it? This is all we have? So I think, you know, and then I started digging. You know, why don't we know why people are flu hesitant? We've published now, I went back and counted, there are 20 papers on flu hesitancy, defined with age groups.
This is people who are hesitant to get a flu shot?
Yes. Okay. Race, ethnicity, gender, where it's low, no programs implemented. Data for publication, not data for implementation change. And I think that's what you see in HIV, TB, and malaria. And that's why if you work with the community, you realize data is worthless unless you're using it to improve the lives of the people you're supposed to serve. And so the fact that we were 40 years into measuring low vaccine uptake across the South in every red county, this is not something new. We did nothing to change it. We did no on-the-ground programming. Now, can you imagine, you probably have heard the slogan, test and start now with Paxlovid. Imagine if we had done that with PrEP in Africa. Don't worry, just go to your pharmacy, it's there, get tested. Or if we said to people in Uganda, don't worry, just go down to your local pharmacy and get those HIV drugs. That would have never worked. You have to develop relationships with the community and ensure that they understand the data and the science so that they're empowered to actually advocate and get what they need for their own health. We've missed that whole part here. And I know it's hard, but you know, we're 2.5 years in and we haven't changed vaccination rates in certain areas of the South. Instead, we just keep showing that they're dying more frequently there. That would be like me saying, isn't it really sad that the Luas are dying at a higher rate? And I hadn't dug into the data and found out that they had about 10% of the investment and the infrastructure and the programming as the non-Lua areas. I mean, we're not fixing what's wrong.
Do you have a working theory for why that has happened in global health but not in domestic public health in the United States? Is it American exceptionalism or what is it?
I think there's a lot of that. I mean, when I used to say, you know, this is how we did it, everybody in the entire task force would roll their eyes. Like, there's Debbie talking about what's happening in Africa and Asia. But I have to say, if anything really helped America, it was two things. One, the people who did work on global health who came to help. Because we got databases up within 6 weeks. We had testing up in 2 weeks. So I know that if you had asked the private sector that they would have done it. I remember when I first came and asked people to start really putting in their data, everybody told me the partners wouldn't do it. 100% of the partners did it. So when I went to the hospitals, all 6,000 of them in the United States, everybody told me, the CDC told me that hospitals will never give you data daily. And I'm like, I need data daily of new admissions so I know what people need remdesivir and now need, whatever they need for the, and they said it will never happen. I had 96% reporting within the first 2 weeks. So people want to help. And I think that's the part that we seem to have created this roadblock between the public and private sector and assumed that the private sector doesn't care and only wants to make profits and doesn't want to help. Yet in PEPFAR, they helped us with our Dreams initiative. They helped us with the Men's Start initiative. Every time we had a big gap, they came and helped. And I think people here assumed that they wouldn't help. It was a pandemic driven by assumptions and perceptions rather than data and science.
Did coming to some of those disturbing realizations ever cause you to rethink your decision to work on the global front instead of working domestically?
You know, when we started going to the States, I was actually really disappointed in myself because I had spent more than 20 years building infrastructure in resource-limited settings, and I found settings in the United States worse than what I found overseas. And the fact that I didn't have that situational awareness, the fact that I didn't bring that group with us, tribal nations, half of them have less health care facilities than Uganda, Malawi. The South. The South has dollar stores, but they don't have primary care any longer. They're an hour and a half from the closest hospital. Their community hospitals closed a long time ago, and their local physicians are all gone. And so when I would laugh when I could hear people get up in Atlanta and Washington and say, just go to your local doctor and talk to them about your vaccine status. And I was like, there's nobody there for them to talk to. They're not going to drive an hour and a half to an ER. They do that when they have a broken bone or a heart attack. I mean, it's like they've lost touch with what's happening on the ground here, which tells me that they're not listening.
Yeah.
In a real way of I'm listening, I'm hearing, and now I'm going to modify what I do.
And I'm recognizing what the actual problems are that people are facing in their daily
So now I'm
experiences.
committed to that. I'm committed to working on rural health and tribal nation health. I think we have the lessons of what works, and it's not expensive. It just needs to have the will to do it.
You mentioned that you brought in the global health people to sort of, actually get the data together and to start to build something that looked more familiar and more appropriate to the challenge. What was that process like? I mean, I know that these institutions can be a little bit territorial at times.
Yeah, it was amazing to me. These people called me up and said, can I come and help you? And it was people from PEPFAR, people from USAID, people from the US Digital Services, people from OMB. I know if you're in the federal government, OMB is scary. They came and helped me. So, I was inspired by the grassroots willingness to really jump in and help. And then when I got into the States and worked with the governors and mayors, they wanted to do the right thing too. I mean, I didn't find anyone, even in that first several weeks, even President Trump was willing to do the 15 and 30 days to slow the spread. So, I mean, I felt like we were getting momentum, and then, of course, then the Clorox moment happened, and we had no momentum after that.
Yeah, we actually, no, I'm just kidding.
No, yeah. Let's show it again. I've only seen it about 4 million times.
Yeah. Okay.
But think of Scott Atlas as Rudy Giuliani, and think of this DHS scientist as one of those people that said, let's go get the election machines. I mean, this is the kind of thing that would just happen. Someone would walk into the Oval Office. In that moment, I was really worried about the mental health of young children because my daughter had 2 children and she was pregnant, and every mayor closed the playgrounds. And I thought, well, if we can convince the mothers that sunlight works as well as Lysol, they'll let their children go outside. So that's all the DHS scientist was supposed to do. He was supposed to compare the ability of sunlight to kill COVID to Lysol to kill COVID. And now you see what happened.
Okay.
But, I mean, you have to keep working. I mean, you just can't stop. That was a horrible thing. We lost incredible loss of momentum, loss of trust. I mean, I could see everything. When you see me looking at the ground, it's me watching the whole program unraveling.
I mean, I think we knew that. We could see that. Do you know how many times the word data appears in your book?
I hope more than any other word.
Probably. It's 691 times in a roughly 500.
Only if you use data for decision making and then actually make the decision, do the policy change, and implement the policy change.
Well, this is why I bring it up, because I've interviewed you several times in your previous capacity as head of PEPFAR, as U.S. Global AIDS Coordinator. And you've always been driving the data message and been driving the message that you can't do anything unless you have the data that shows why you should do that thing.
And if it's working.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and having that feedback cycle. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a central message of your book is that not having the data at the beginning sort of opened the floodgates to mischaracterization, to competing political agendas, to mixed messages that lost public trust. I guess I'm just curious if you still have that faith that knowing the facts, that having the clear picture really can lead to the right policies and good implementation.
Yeah. Because
your faith in data is still...
Because I lived it in Africa and Asia. And let's face it, there were a lot of African presidents that didn't want to talk about LGBT issues, that didn't want to talk about what was really needed on the ground. But in the end, they adjusted, in many cases, their policies. I mean, we still have to work on criminalization, and there's still issues to be done. But every Republican Southern governor changed its policies based on the data. Ducey put in a mask mandate, closed his bars, restricted indoor dining to 20%. Governor Abbott did the same thing. Governor Ivey in Mississippi, Governor Tate Reeves in, Governor Ivey in Alabama, Governor Tate Reeves in Mississippi. John Bell Edwards in Louisiana was already doing it. But so data does change people's minds in a way that's transformational. But it can't be one-offs. I mean, obviously, I had to go in person many times, but I also was on the phone constantly saying, look, doing this resulted in that, that's great, so we have to keep that up. And I think what we've evolved into is a pandemic response by polling. And I think because COVID is polling, if you've watched the New York Times, polling at like 0, no Democrat or Republican wants to talk about COVID, and therefore we're doing exactly what Scott Atlas advocated for. We're just letting the virus rip across the United States, and we are not putting the programs into place, even though we have the tools to really save people's lives. And, data allowed us to see people, no matter where they lived, and to understand then that we had to meet with them and find out what they needed and to ensure their access to the program. And I think we are not doing that in the United States. We're doing it where it's easy. Remember the early days of PEPFAR and the low-hanging fruit? Imagine if we had stopped there. Imagine if we had said, that's good enough. We feel good about that. We feel good we got to the low-hanging fruit. So yes, if you live in New York City, you can get test and treat anywhere. I've been up there. It's in the sidewalk. You have access. If you go to rural Mississippi, rural Alabama, rural Louisiana, rural Georgia, no, you don't. Yet why aren't we putting money and resources and figuring out how to implement a plan for rural Georgia and rural Mississippi? It's easy. You have a list of every single person in the United States over 65 and everybody with immunodeficiencies. You're all registered in Medicaid and Medicare. We could send tests to the house with a hotline that said, if you test twice a week during your surge, If you're positive, we'll get you Paxlovid. That's how you implement a program. You don't say it's at Walgreens, go drive there, when their Walgreens doesn't even exist in those rural counties. Dollar stores exist in the rural counties. So if you want to do it through a store, you got to go to the dollar store people and ask them, because there are dollar stores in every rural county, because we drove 25,000 miles across the United States, so I know what's where. But it's like we've lost track of what is happening in urban versus rural areas, and community by community, and race and ethnicity, and we're not funding where the problems are right now. And I think I can't imagine what that would have looked like with HIV, TB, and malaria if we had stopped with the low-hanging fruit.
Well, let's talk about that global picture too. I mean, you rightly pointed out at the beginning that you were still the US Global AIDS Coordinator, and apologies for stripping you of that title, I didn't mean to. When you were in the White House, you know, watching everything unfold in the United States, what were you thinking about the global response at that time as well? You know, we've talked a lot about how these systems are in place in other countries, but there's also a deeply flawed global response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I don't want to give the impression that everything is great everywhere else. So how are you thinking about
I'm really proud of the PEPFAR team, because, and actually at the White House in that moment in January when I saw what was happening, and it was clear to me that there was going to be a lot of aerosol and asymptomatic spread, I called Erin Walsh in the White House in the National Security Council and said to her, we got to get all the African diplomats together, because they have to know this is really serious and it's going to be a huge problem. And so we called a meeting in the Indian Treaty Room. All the African diplomats came in January, and I said, use whatever PEPFAR dollars you need. We have human capacity, we have laboratory capacity. It's the same lab platform. Thank goodness there was HIV laboratory development in sub-Saharan Africa, because then they had the platforms to actually do COVID tests. John came down from the African CDC and gave a talk.
John Kangasong.
Yes, because we were in Africa all together. So every first day of the PEPFAR meeting, we talked about COVID. And John talked about COVID and came down and talked about COVID. So I think, you know, I felt like I was mobilizing in Africa and Asia, watching the United States say, 10 cases, all contained. I mean, Africa hadn't even had its first case yet. I was like, it's a pandemic. It's going to get everywhere. I don't understand what people were thinking.
And so does that vision...
But we're still thinking that way today, like monkeypox. It's going to be contained, only a few people. Let's not show...
So you're not seeing any institutional learning at all?
Are people still dying in red counties? All right, 2.5 years later, that's inexcusable. I don't care. Don't make an excuse of how they voted. I don't care how they voted. I mean, that was like when the president of Kenya said to me, those are just the Luas. Like somehow that didn't matter because they were the opposition. We're Americans. You know, if someone has a problem and our systems are not working for them, that's our job as federal employees, is to work with states to fix the systems. That's our job because we can see across the whole country.
I want to get to this PEPFAR piece. You said that you mobilized PEPFAR to pivot, to do whatever they had to do to respond to COVID-19. Is that the vision for where we go from here? You know, next, you mentioned John Kangasong. I'll be speaking to him shortly after this. I know you had unfinished business at PEPFAR. And part of the question, I think, is, does that remain an initiative focused on HIV? Or is this sort of model that has played out during COVID where you take that platform and use it for a broad swath of health systems needs? Is that sort of the future?
Well, what was clear to me early on is you can't respond to HIV without improving the health system. And I think PEPFAR did and still does a lot of funding in the health system. And John led most of that when we were building lab capacity in sub-Saharan Africa. And that lab capacity is actually quite good. Yes, there's unfinished HIV business, but I can tell you what dreams taught me is Dreams taught me that when you put the client at the center and you deal with the structural issues that put young women at risk, you have to work beyond. We had to work in education, we had to work in bridge to employment, we had to work on human rights, we had to work on legal frameworks, we have to work on communities' perception of young women, we had to work in the school system, we had to work with community chiefs to ensure that young women were not married before the age of 18. So PEPFAR has been driven to answer the needs of people at risk for HIV and also having acquired HIV. And I think when you do that and you do it right, then you're building with community systems that can respond to any pandemic. I say to people all the time today, stop worrying about the next pandemic. Let's get this one right and have less people dying. And if we get this one right, we will have the systems in place for the next one. And I think that's what PEPFAR and PMI and MCC has done. They put systems in place that are there for COVID, but are there also for other pandemics. And I think in the US, we haven't built that coalition between the private sector healthcare delivery and federal responsiveness on a generalized public health response. And I think there's a willingness on the private sector side. I just think we're not engaging them.
You level a lot of criticism at the public health institutions, the US government's public health institutions. I wonder if you think that they can be pushed in the direction of being able to provide the kind of pandemic preparedness, or even to,
I know they can, or I wouldn't have written the book. Right. Because there isn't any point of pushing someone you know is going to fail. So I believe that there's incredible people at the CDC. They have just gotten into a very isolated and insular status. Probably there's less than, before COVID, there was probably only 50 people in the States. So I think they've lost that connection about the reality on the ground. In order to re-engage, they need to be held accountable for the state of our existing pandemics: obesity, diabetes, hypertension, opioids, and then of course the current infectious disease pandemic. And when they engage with the states, engage at the county level, engage with the community, and move that needle, yes, it's going to take time. But so many people told us in PEPFAR that we would never be able to control the pandemic. And then you look at rates of new infections, and they're the lowest they've been since 1990. That was the vision that the governments had with the new SDGs. So I think the vision in the United States is we should be responding to our current pandemics in an effective way and hold our institutions accountable. And if they're not effective, they will become effective if they're held accountable. They're good people there. I think they just became very focused on outbreaks, and an outbreak is not a pandemic. And the things that work in an outbreak, one-offs, don't translate to the constant engagement and use of data that you need to control pandemics.
And you mentioned that your focus going forward will be on
rural health and tribal nation health.
In the United States.
Yes, because we have solutions that we learned globally. And I think that's my other message. Stop this belief that things that happen outside of our borders aren't important, because that's where I learned. I mean, that's where I learned, and that's where I learned to respond to the pandemic and COVID and being able to work with communities. I mean, learn this. Learn from the advocates. Learn how to work on the ground in a grassroots way. Fund local community outreach organizations that know how to rebuild trust in a fractured way. There's no trust because there's been zero federal support in the healthcare group. Yes, there's pockets. HRSA's done a great job in some very rural communities. But if you look across the United States, I mean, there's only 25, I think, 538 HRSA clinics in tribal nations. That's a drop in the bucket. We had 60,000 sites in PEPFAR for a population, maybe 3 or 4 times the United States. But
so learn from global health.
Learn from you all have a lot to teach domestically. I don't know why we haven't listened to the people who have actually been implementing programs.
Well, that's a good place to end.
Thank
you, Debbie.
Appreciate it.
it.
Great to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Please make your way to the Chandler stage for today's closing plenary, which will begin at 4:15. Please make your way to the Chandler stage for today's closing plenary, which will begin at 4:15.